Okay, let's see. Can everybody hear me? Is this working? I don't know. I don't do streaming a lot. You guys have all figured that out already, apparently, from chat. So, let's see if everyone actually sees what I'm doing and figures this all out. Let's see where we're at. Am I sounding okay? I just realized there's actually a nice little storm going on outside there. So, yay. So, yes, ironically, I used to work at Google and YouTube, and I used to be in broadcast engineering, and I barely know how to stream. So, I am that guy. So, we'll try and figure this out one at a time and see what we can do. All right, let's see. I should be able to up that volume a little bit. Where is that? Check 1, 2. Checkers. There we go. Checkers. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. My wonderful sound guy joke that I always tell is oh, let's see. Why do you see audio? Saying you're seeing an echo. Echo. That shouldn't be there. So now in theory you should be okay. Alright. So that should be about as good as I can get for the time being as the world works. Yay. So as I was saying, yeah, I come from that old background. But ironically, I've been out of that game and I spent most of my latter half of my career in that industry doing post-production and all that. So there we go. All right, so I got a nice little setup here. I feel like I've got all my tools and all my goodies ready to go. And yes, if Nero comes by, we have to say hello, Nero. I'm actually in our shop, mainly because my house is too dirty and has too many other projects going on. So yay for that, and I just didn't have enough room to start another project. So what I figured I would do is that vast majority of the show is because I'm not camera pretty. We'll have the overhead shot, just so everyone can see whatever I'm working on down here. Figured it'd be a good way to do it. And then if I have to, I got the laptop to see whatever I got to see and all that junk. So we should have a pretty decent stream. And then I have all my little fun stuff in there. I got my black and white logo all set up, ready to go. I even have a technical difficulties, so there you go. And then I even have a BRB for my little bathroom breaks. So yay! And then I even got fancy sound effects. So, oh wait, yep, that's right. I gotta do this to correct it. But now I even have my little fancy sound effects. So if I break something, I have my little reaction. You know, glass breaking, and when I do something good, I got my little clapping. And yeah, that seems to be about it. I even have a little background music to throw in there from time to time. So, I should be good. Alright, so, odds are about 99% of you here have already seen Nero's video. So you know what it is, and your sole job is to keep me company and tell me what I'm doing wrong. But this is everything that comes in the kit by default. And what we're doing is we're going to be changing out, or give people the option to change out the extrusions with their stuff. And they will also, if they want to, they can change out their hot ends with it. And then they can change out their panel sets for one of ours. So let's go ahead and go through all the fun stuff and go through them one by one and be like, oh, that's what's there. Oh, that's what's there. So the kit's going to come with the Dragonfly BMO. That's the default. And then it comes with the linear rail kit, which is already a separate item you can buy right now. The only difference is the rails that you buy now do not have these fancy slide-ins for it. But there's our rails, all ready to go. I'll just set those down here since I can. But if you didn't see Nero's stream, he was having a good time showing off these, which also impressed the heck out of me. But these are the screws for the back of the rail. The problem is that if you go to the normal is that you 3D print it out, fill it out with a bunch of little screws, and shove in the 3D printed part. Well, these are already tapped, ready to go. It's a lot easier to assemble the sucker. So kudos there. That's a really nice add-on. I am going to try and guilt trip LDO and Jason to send these separately so I can sell these to people, because I know there's people out there that have these printers that would kill for this type of thing. In fact, one of my guilt trips that I really want to lay on him or on them is that the stuff that's here that is not already little sub kits that people can buy, I really want them to be able to, I really want to sell them all as separate items for people. Let's get through the simple stuff, because you probably all know what the simple boring stuff is. You know, power supply, pretty decent one, so you're in good shape there. You get your 150 24 volt power supply, the true Meanwell. So yay. Throw all these boxes behind me as I work through it. And then we get the SKR mini board. You all know what that is. You know, you got the little heat sinks, the little USB, the rubber ducky. Can't go wrong with the rubber ducky. There you go. I'm going to leave that in the box just because that's going to be a while before I even get to that. Alrighty. Now, let's get through the build plate, because I think they did a real good job on the build plate here. So, when you get the build plate, you have to excuse, I've already dug through some of these boxes, so there we go. They have this really nice build plate that they include. So, already drilled, countersunk, ready to go. It's got the protective covering on the back, just so I'll peel that off later. And I'm feeling pretty good about that. It came better wrapped, but of course I had to see it and show off and what have you. Then we have got our high temp gasket putty, so that we can go ahead and do that assembly. We have our cable chain. We have the knurled nuts, which is nice. Those are a pain in the butt usually to source outside of it. And then the springs for the bed. And the heater with the thermistor ready to go. Couldn't ask for more. And that takes care of your whole head assembly. No, these are not specifically high temp motors in these kits here. So, oh, and then the other part that's in here, which I can't believe I skipped over this. So, there includes the flex plates. It's got a double-sided PEI powder-coated flex plate, the magnet for the bed, and then they're also including the smooth PEI with nothing on the back, so that you have both options. That's pretty good. I mean, a kit with both types of flex plates. Not a lot of people doing that. I like that. I think that was a pretty little slick little extra add-on. All right. Let's move on to the electronics and wiring. We've got our little Bowden tube, not PTFE tubing, Bowden tubing, so that we can feed it. I'm going to do this as the direct drive configuration, if I remember correctly. And then they've got their kit, their wire kit here, which is nice because everything's already wired up, where I'm not going to spend half my time crimping and stripping wires down. So, all their wires are here. They even got the end stops already pre-wired on it. All the connectors all crimped down, ready to go. You couldn't ask for much more. I mean, that's a pretty nice way to do things. Where's that? So, that was pretty slick. They even have the cute little USB split out with the spade connectors for the power. So, we got that wire kit ready to go. Alright, and then there's those wires. And then the standard plug And remember, this is a pre-release kit, so they're going to be doing stuff. I think they're going to be looping back around and readdressing the... they're currently soldering the wires on, but I think they're going to readdress it and go back to spades on this. So they even put some extra fuses in there. By the way, one thing a lot of people tend to forget, and you see these plugs on everything, if you blow a fuse, on these things, if you didn't know, and I'm probably going to blow like 2 people's minds, everyone else is going to be like, I know what that is. There's the little fuse holder right there, and you can pop it up. Most of the time, this is where it holds the fuse that goes in. On most devices, if you look inside the handle, you'll see that they usually put an extra fuse in there. So if you blow a fuse, odds are you have an extra fuse and you don't know it. And that's true on just about every device out there. So check there before you go all panicky and ordering 5,000 fuses on Amazon. Enough zip ties to arrest every single figure of a Barbie. There's our heater and thermistors. So, the normal 50-watt heater, 100K thermistor, ready to go. All of our fans. So we have our cooling fans. So 2 blower fans, and then 1 regular 5-volt fan to take down cooling the block. So there you go. As of right now, I want to sell the wire kits. I'm just got to work on LDO to start separating stuff out as they get closer and closer on that kit as well. All right. Moving on down. We got our little 5-volt power supply here. Come on. Don't be a jerk to me. Just open up. There we go. So, your normal little buck converter to work from. Yay. And then a Raspberry Pi and an SD card. So, we are ready to go on that stuff. And that's their good little component box there. Throw that out of the way. Set all this stuff in here so I can move on to the next box. Oops. Set that over there. And then this is the everything else box, I like to call it. So you get some Allen wrenches. Now, the one thing that made me go ooh and ah and oh was that they also include the heat inset part. So not the soldering iron. You have to have your own soldering iron. But they include the heat inset tool. So when you have to go around and do that, that's pretty nice. I give them credit for that. That's something I was not expecting in a kit. So kudos for that. And then some VHB tape. Some magnets for it. All of our thread lockers, our super glue, our lube. All the chemical stuff, as I like to call it. And then rubber feet. And then the screw bag. So this is every nut and bolt and screw and parts you need across the board. Did chat lock up? Like the last thing that was said was the camera has a heartbeat. I'm trying to figure out. Let's see how I can work that. Let's see if it stops there. Let's see if that helps with the heartbeat. So we got all the nuts and bolts and screws there. So we have kind of all the stuff we need. Kudos on that. I have to do the formal introduction junk, and then I can actually get to the part where I said start building stuff. All right. Now, the tool head in motion little kit here has, the Bondtech drive gear, which actually is Bondtech, so we're good for that. And then we have your bearings all set up. We got our Gates belts. Wait, actually, I think this is gates. They're usually pretty good at that. I have to look a little bit closer. It's a little hard to see inside the bag. So, the other sets of bearings, your pulleys, and your thumb screw assembly, and of course more nuts and bolts. So this is pretty much everything we need for the tool head assembly. Okay, good, good, good. All the good little stuff there. Then they have the motor kit. So this is the stuff, this was the one thing I was really waiting on, was these to finally get delivered and get that out to people, because I know a lot was changed on the motor kits. But we've got both our X and Y motors here. So we have both motors here, which I like. They even have the Voron logo on it. Yeah, Chris, come on, hurry, get over here, Chris Riley. By the way, everyone say hi to Chris. So, but no, we got all of our goodies ready to go. All the wires, all the fun stuff. Even the threaded motor. I like that. So cute. They're so tiny. They're so tiny. So we'll set that back in the box for now, because that is going to be a little while. And by the way, if you guys didn't notice, Chris Wiley is having a little set of competitions out there right now. So you guys should definitely go over there and change or check in on his last video he uploaded, because me and him are giving away about 100 spools of filament, and I went to Chris about it, and I said, let's give away a ton of filament, let's get some viewers and stuff like that for you. And I said, but I got sick and tired of seeing everyone go, make the prettiest print, or make the prettiest multicolor print, or whatever, yada yada yada. I want it to be something weird, something funky. And he came up with some good ideas, so there's some weird competition stuff out there, which is going to be fun. Alright, and the last little piece is the extrusion. Now, the kit normally is going to come with black and white, but for today's build, I'm going to do blue. So, let's just get all that stuff out. Yay! The unbox part. Alright, come on. We'll get there. Yeah, that spool reuse was fun. I like that. I'm kind of excited to see what people do with their firmware. I think that's going to be the entertaining one for me personally. Because spool reuse, I think there'll be some funny stuff and some interesting stuff. But I think there's so much you can do with the firmware. It's pretty impressive. So Chris asked, is there a big difference from the V0 to the V0.1 in parts? There is an ample amount of part change. It's primarily in the motors and the panels. That's where like the biggest changes were, in all honesty. And there was some tool head changes, but for the most part, I think it's in the motors is what it was. So the same frame you can for the V1 or the V0 will go on the V0.1. You pretty much need different panel sets, different motors, and then a few other little small parts. So, now, that is the blue. That's going to be the color of our frame. And now, what I'm going to do, these are the panels. Now, of course, Jason is going to include acrylic panels, which will be the clear and the black panels. But here, you know, we're printed solid. We're kind of known for our ACM work. Kind of proud of that. So we're giving people the option to upgrade to the ACM. And yes, the kit does come with a Pi. It comes with a Pi 3. Wait, did Nero just walk in? Everyone say hi, Nero. Oh, I've so wanted to say that. All right. So I'm going to get off these little panels and get the covering off those because that's more fun. Yep, 3B plus is the Pi they're putting in it. Alrighty. So I haven't even built anything yet. I'm still just talking about what's in the box. This is the curse of the marketing part of business. I have to sit there and try and upsell everything. All right. So we have our panels. We have our extrusion. Now, guess what the 3D printed parts are colored as? Has anyone guessed the theme yet? Let's see if anybody can guess that theme while I get a drink here. Yep, there you go. It's 4th of July. Come on. It's 4th of July weekend. You have to shamelessly do something, right? There you go. Yeah. America. So, all my parts here are printed in ABS, and they were all printed on Ultimaker printers, except for one part, the one-piece top hats. So that came out real nice. That's going to be a fun little top hat to pop together. So, yay! So, got our panels, got our 3D printed parts, got our frame. What more could you ask for in this world? And by the way, just because I never get to show this off to anybody, if you didn't know, you can email us, and we have we have a bunch of custom colors. So I've got the ACM in red and blue and green and yellow, and a few other options already. So yeah, check that out. I almost was going to just do an all red build. Red panels, red 3D printed parts, red everything. But unfortunately, I'm sold out of red frames. And if you can't do it all, you might as well not do it at all, right? So, I'm going to set all this stuff over here. Off to one side, nice and sexy. All right, the top hat piece is that big. I forgot what the exact measurement is, but it's a little bigger than 220. I think it's like 250 or something like that. I thought it was just a little too big for even the Prusa. I may be wrong. I'd have to check it again. I don't know. I was drunk half the time when I was printing that stuff. I kid. No, I wasn't. I was drunk the whole time. All right. Try to get a little organized here. And let's see. Yeah, that's going to be a while for those parts, probably. Aiming for those. All right. Getting organized. So, Justin3D says, has the kits been selling well? And the answer is yes and no. The reason why is I'm not doing pre-orders on them because I don't have a definitive date of when they're going to arrive. They could be here in 10 days or 20 days. But as soon as I get the shipping updates, then I'll probably open up pre-orders this time because I know a lot of people are like clamoring for them. But I do have a ton of people that have signed up for notifications as soon as we're able to open up for pre-orders or orders. So a lot of those people. I expect it to be a problem. I expect it to be like a sold out problem thing for a lot of people. So my personal suggestion is when it comes up, buy it. One thing we're going to do here, since we are kind of doing swap around and stuff like that, is that I'm trying to tell people that if you don't know what you're going to do, just buy the kit and then contact our support and we'll refund, exchange, and swap the stuff out before we ship it to you. Just make sure you email us right after you place the order so we don't ship you things twice. And we'll take care of doing out some swap outs and stuff like that and get you taken care of. All right. Now, of course, you know what I got to do? I got to go get the... I need to go learn how to put this thing together. I know, right? And look. Ooh, fancy. He's got his whole computer screen sharing thing going on, too. So, let's see. There's the manual. 152 pages. I'm kidding. It's not that bad. And, well, our subscription box, by the way, Justin3D, I still have some slots available. It's still for sale. So, you know, if you want them, you should come get them because I was able to free up a bunch of those. I hired a second guy, and he's actually finally trained. And he's running the line. So we were able to open up more slots. I did not want to do... some people were very heavy on the subscription. I'll do that. So some people were very heavy on the subscriptions where they would sell way more than they actually had. And that's bad. And I didn't want to do that. So what I did is I said, okay, I'm only going to sell what I actually know I can deliver. And then as soon as I got enough people and I knew I could deliver more, I kept adding more and more boxes just to be safe. All right, let's go back to the laptop here and see what we got to see here. So A extrusion, quantity 1, which is a 200 by 200. Nothing fancy going on there. No holes, no patterns, no nothing. And then, so there's one that's not tapped. Tapped. I do. Part of me likes and part of me hates the fact that they tap these after, or they anodize them after they tap. And the part of me that hates that they anodize it afterwards is that I have old man eyes, and that means that it's really hard for me to see inside and know if it is actually tapped or not. All right. So we're going to sort these out first. Looking for all the pattern differences here. All right, I'm running out of extrusion. Won't be long. You know what? I think they actually just tapped all of the ones. If I remember correctly, I think that's what they did. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that would take care of it with it fully tapped, right? Yeah, that would be fully tapped on that. Let's make sure I didn't screw up and miscount anything, so... Ah, there it is. Thought it was a weird count. So they also put in all of the cut-through holes and everything like that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. That takes care of the A and B extrusion. They went ahead and tapped that. Yeah, you only get the B. So he's actually tapping all of them. So you get 5. You get 5 for the B, and then the A is just another tapped one. Makes it a little bit easier, I think. Then the C extrusion is the double hole, 7.5 millimeters. It is probably easier if I just get lazy and sort them visually, because there is some easier ways to do that. So I know that's different. That's different. That's different. And that is just that's single hole, so that should be there. All right. Now we're sorting. We are sorting. This is the boring work. A lot of people tend to meh, but this is the time to do it. It's the right time to do it. All right, so these are the C's, which is 2, and then the D, which is 2 with the 1. So let's see, 2 with the 1. Where did that end up? Ah, there's my D's. So A, B. And then C is supposed to be 2 with nothing. So I got A, B, C, and then D. I even put a little space up there so it's organized a little bit better. A, B, C, D. Moving on to E. E is the 4 with the deep inset pockets. Yep. And then F is tapped and blank. And there should be 2 of those. Oh, well, you look at that. Okay. So what they also did is that the F extrusion and the G extrusion, they just went ahead and had the extra holes for the F and G as well. And then the H extrusion is extra as well. The H extrusion, though, is the same as the C extrusion. No tap. Oh, that's the difference. It's tapped and no tap. So it doesn't matter. All right. So so what we have here is we have the H extrusion and the C extrusion are the same, and they just left the tapped holes in both sets. The A and the B extrusions are the same. Now, let me do the overhead. It's a little bit easier. So, yeah, we have the A and B extrusion set, and then we have the C and the H extrusions. Those are also shared as well. With the only difference that they have in the documentation difference is that one was tapped and one wasn't, but they tapped both sides of it, so you might as well. Then the D, which was special, had 2 holes in the 2 side ones and were tapped, so there's D by themselves. And then E had 1 hole and tapped. And then F and G, they are treating as the same. So there's F, there's G, and they put those together. So that's the kit in a nutshell. And that's where they grouped them. So I'd probably say if you haven't put together the kit yet, just double check and make sure you kind of understand that if it has extra holes or if it's tapped and you don't need it to be tapped, it doesn't matter. It's perfectly fine. So, and F and G are supposed to be the same, except in the documentation, the F and G, the F piece does not have the 2 holes in it. But they are the same here in the kit. So, there we go. Now we know. I like knowing what I'm working with. And it's been a long time since I built a V1 a while back, or VO a while back. I'm going to keep saying V1. It's really a VO. I built a VO a while back. Alrighty. Now, I didn't necessarily do all of the prep work that I should have because I'm a horrible person. So I get to do that prep work with you guys, which means that I get to sit here and do the heat inset pieces. Yay. So get ready. All right. I'm going to assume the heat insets are in here. And in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear off a little more bench space down this way. Because I have a silicone mat here. I love these things. They're great for holding nuts and bolts and screws. I recommend getting yourself one. If you don't have one, get one. They're totally worth it. Some of the little slots are actually covered. Oh, look at that. Early release, I think they're moving some stuff around in it, talking to them and stuff like that. So there we go. Nuts, bolts, screws, a backup bag, nuts, screws, bolts, square nuts, more bolts, 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 screws, bolts, bolts, screws, bolts, screws. There's my heat insets. Okay. That's all I care about right now, those heat insets. The rest I'm going to throw over here on my mat. I'll come to them when I need them. Then I'll open them up and dump them into a little pot over there and work my way backwards. Alright, so the M3, 5.4, M3 brass, all sitting there. Let's just dump that out. Nice. Let's see these heat insets. I'm just curious. That's got some good bite on it. Okay. All right. Oh, I'll live with that. I don't think you can get that close on it, but it's got some good bite on it. So I'll give them credit for that. I'll allow it. Okay. Let's see. Let me find my first piece real quick. I'll spread these out later, but I want to find the first little piece here so I can get started, as it were. The Boxo prints. Where did it go? That would be a great sense of irony if the one part I didn't print was the very first part I needed. I could have swore I counted all these off. Alright, so I'm going to pour it out here. Actually, I'm going to set these out just a little bit so it's a little bit easier to spot stuff from afar. Put some of the big pieces up. So the little pieces are a little less defined. Get the big clunkers out of here. All right, there we go. That's the piece I was looking for. Okay, that's all it took. Just get the big pieces of junk out of the way, and then you can actually find what you need. That's why, even though it's a small printer, you still need about 8 linear feet of space to actually do anything. Alrighty. Yay. Let me throw this up to the side because that doesn't matter for a long time. So there's my first part. And the manual wants me to drop in some heat insets. And it wants the cable chain. Of course. So let's go get the cable chain. Just to say we did. We'll follow it in the order of the instructions. I'm going to try not to deviate too much. Generally, when I build kits, I kind of like to do it 2 times. One is where I sit there and I go, I'm going to assume that they know what they're talking about and do it exactly their way. And then the other time is I sit there and I go, you know what? Nobody knows what they're talking about anymore. They're all idiots. I'm going to do it my way. That tends to be how I work. Alrighty. Alright. Gorgeous. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, that is gorgeous. I mean, come on. That is gorgeous, people. That is gorgeous. I mean, come on. How beautiful is that? Oh, those heat insets, totally worth it. You know what? I will be right back in about 15 seconds or 30 seconds. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Give me a second here. Let me try to hook this up. Hope I don't crash the stream. Fingers crossed. All right. Let's see if I can do it. 1 second here. All right. Now we're getting fancy, people. Bear with me. Bear with me. Just add another little feature to the world here. Bear with me, it's going to be a little weird. Gotta set it all up the right way. Okay. Now I am back. So now what I can do with this, bring that over here. I can be fancy. So I am going to grab my little cutters here. Just because I want to show you guys what these look like, because I always find that these are good to know about. So let's go ahead. And now you can actually see the knurls on these heat insets. And generally, the cheaper you get, the less pronounced those knurls are. And I always like to say that that's a good thing to watch out for. So I really like that these are actually pretty good quality, and they've definitely got some bite on them. So when you set it into the plastic, you'll be in good shape. So I appreciate that with that. Okay, totally worth it just to get the little microscope out and be nerdy. I try to keep one around here. But there you go. Now you know what they are. And now I have a microscope anytime I need it. There we go. Now I need some M38, so it's time to finally break those out. M38, look at all those M38 button heads. Every single time I say button head, I think of Back to the Future. It's just it's just button heads. You just get stuck with it. Alrighty. There's my M38s. As things get built more and more, there'll be less and less of me fumbling around, and all my tools and stuff will be in the right spot, so I'll be ready to go. So it will get faster as I build more and more. Then I had to steal this from Nero because, he did it, so now I had to do it too. I'll give him credit where credit's due. So, yay! The fancy tool. That's so cute. It's adorable. Aw, isn't that adorable? Little screwdriver, little USB powered screwdriver. Aw. All right. Moving on. And look, I get to skip that whole page because I've already got those pre-made. Alrighty. Mind the carriage. Alright. So now you want that on the E extrusions. Oh, I hate that. Repeat the E extrusions down below so I don't have to keep scrolling up and down. Alright. So E extrusions, that's the one with the one hole. So A, B, C, H, D, E. This is E extrusion. Alright. There's E extrusion. Let me go back and get the rails. Yay! Get their sexy nut screws. I'll set those over here for now. Those I really like. Okay. Now that is with the hole facing up. That's supposed to slide in. With the hole facing up, that's supposed to slide in. And those. Oh, that was nice of them. Okay. Alrighty. You know what? I'm embarrassed. I left the tool in the wrong room. Alrighty, now I got my micrometer. Always good. Alright. So they're calling those access holes, and they want me to hold everything together with the M38s. That doesn't sound right. Let's see. That's the 7 rails. Okay, there is the secret. That's the M26s there. I was wondering, where's that M38 come from? Alright, let's go find those M26s. Alrighty, there's my M26s. Let's go find the right tool for that. Perfect. That'll save me all the time in the world. Then you want me to have that. pieces out of there. All right. I will say all right a lot during the stream. All right, all right, all right, all right. Now, I'm also one of those people that when I print stuff, I tend to, I still, if I'm doing ABS, I tend to print with brims. I just don't ever trust myself. Even though I'm enclosure boy, I just don't trust myself with brims. I don't trust myself without brims when it comes to ABS printing. So if I do a fairly large plate, I will still put brims on it and then just spend a while cleaning everything. And just accept that as a point of life. They look like they're the same styles. Yes, Shane. All right. I'm going to check these rails. This looks a little bit different than the normal ones. It feels nice. Just looks a little bit different. They got a deeper engraving this time. Kudos. Alrighty. I am going to put a couple of screws in, and then I will adjust it later. Oops. There we go. So cute, these little screwdrivers. I'll never use it unless I'm streaming, but it's so cute. So, all right, let's see how we doing. All right, now let's put in a couple more, just so I have them kind of all sitting there ready to go. Nice and slidey. All right. Next rail, let's get that on. Nice and slidey. One thing I would say is that if you get rails, always check them for motion. If they feel crunchy or bad when you first get them, doesn't matter how much lube you put on them, it's not going to get any better. So make sure you do that. So there we go. All right, now let's go back to the instructions. Looking good. Now they went 38 millimeters from the end to the end. I am going to do this with the wonderful Harbor Freight. Micrometer, because, you know, precision is key, right? All right. Now we'll, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna set this on. So that I can slide that up. So you get this little 3D printable to center your rail on everything. And I'm using that to center the rail. And now I'll tighten these down a little bit. There we go. All right, that feels good. Now, let's do this side. Put that towards the front. That way it'll help center it. Get the spacing correct. There we go. I'll slide this to the back. Make sure it's centered. Looking good. Looking good. Oops. There we go. I already stripped out that little tool. How adorable is that? Let me get the other one, the right one. I think that's where I'm at. Ah, there we go. Much better fit. Much better fit. Much better fit. That will do much better. All right. That is in like flint. And I'm leaving the bumpers in. In the instructions, they've got the, go ahead and set these little spacers in so that they don't slide off. But you, of course, never want the rail to slide off the ends. These rails come with little bumpers already on them. So that won't be a problem for me. I just have to remember to remove them before I start the machine up. Alrighty. Now they want me to do the C extrusions. And that is these. All right. I am looking at the instructions, and I am trying to see if there is a spacing that I need to worry about on these C extrusions. Yeah, so 33 is what they want. All right. Let's adjust that back down. And the people in chat, I am reading, so you can ask your questions and whatnot, and be curiosity. And there's enough people in here that can easily tell me what I'm doing wrong. So if I do something wrong, shout it out. All right. Just one rail. And 2 rails. Okay, so far so good. And only 1 rail left. And for organizational reasons, I'm just going to cut that off. Alright. So now I got 2 rails there, 2 rails there. Let's set this stuff down. It's kind of funny. I'm getting very few people in chat that are like saying, "You're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong." And I sit there and I go, "This is YouTube. That's where are those people?" Greg, no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm probably not gonna do beginning to end. I am going to do it probably like 4 to 6 hours today, and then 4 to 6 hours tomorrow, 4 to 6 hours maybe Monday if need be. It all depends once I hit the groove of stuff. Um, After I start to understand how people write their instructions and how everything goes, I tend to get pretty fast, pretty quick. But ultimately, I just have to start to learn the speak of the writer, as I like to say. So how they will sit there and go, hey, you know what? I always set my verbiage this way, and I use these types of screws for this type of thing, and it's a little easier to tell. So generally, once I get into that mode, things start to fly because I find myself grabbing for something before I even read it in the book. All right, they want 33 from the end. Oops, let me get this on first. 33 from the end. There we go. And I can say, yeah, sure, I'm a vendor and all that stuff, but I really do appreciate the quality that LDO has put into this. And I appreciate that they're mostly being similar to me in their mentality, where they sit there and they say, they just have to wait because we're not going to rush it and screw it up. Um, I have that mentality too. I just sit there and I usually tell people, nope, wait. I'm not going to sell something I don't have, or release something I don't know works, or anything like that. And LDO seems to be the same way. I've worked with them for a little while now, and I really do appreciate that about them. Because I find myself very rarely having to sit there and going, oh crap, I got to take all these products back and deal with the angry customers and all that stuff. It's all wrong, yada yada yada. Generally, once LDO releases it, it's gone through the ringer, and it's pretty well taken care of. I appreciate it about them. All right, I gotta remember to keep switching back and forth. All right. Now I need the little bed front end, and I want to need M3/8s. And then M312. So let's find out M312 button heads. There's my M312 button head, and I already got my M3/8s out. I already got my bit out for that. And let's find that printed thumper. There it is. There's the printed thumper, as I'm going to call it for this. And if I remember correctly, the F extrusions were the blankers. So that really won't matter in this case. Yeah, I would agree with you on that, Shane. That's why I have to be honest with you. I must have, dear God, 10, 15, sometimes 20 people a day sitting there screaming at me on some social media site, hey, you're the owner of Printed Solid. I want to do business with you. We're this company in China that does this, 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 and this, and we can get you this, this, and this. And I sit there and I look at their product line and I go, I just don't see them actually having any investment or knowledge in it. They're just doing it. Um, it tends to be a horrible problem here in the States too. I get a lot of the people that literally just kind of they're just repackagers. They just kind of sit there and they buy a bunch of stuff and then they start selling it without actually knowing what it is. You see a lot of those types of people on eBay. You look at all the other products they sell and you go, okay, well, you're selling 3D printer parts. Why the hell am I seeing lawn gardening gnomes in your other products? You know? Like, wait a minute. All right, let's see something here. I just want to make sure that I'm not insane. Well, I am, but I just want to make sure that I'm not completely insane. See, I feel like I've missed a step somewhere. So if you look here, that makes sense. Those are tapped. It's all good. But I feel like I missed a step that they didn't talk about needing the square nuts in there. So, but oh, thanks, Greg. I appreciate that. You missed steps on page 16 and 18. Okay, let's see what I missed. So I'm looking at it. So 16 and 18. So I followed all that. Rail position, I did that. Where's the nut? The instructions won't call out nuts that were inserted in the previous step, nor nuts that can be easily inserted in the current step. Okay. They're just not talking about the nuts. They just go, I don't care. Okay. Well, that's just nuts. Thank you. I'm here all week. Try the veal. So the best way to handle this then is because of the position of the nuts. If I take M3/8, no, that's so trying. It wants to be a real screwdriver. It so wants to be a screwdriver. It's so cute. A little bit of deburring. All right. Now let's get some square nuts on there. Nice and loose. Come on. Get on there. There we go. Now let's slide the rails on. Square up the nut. There we go. There we go. So I just don't mention them in going forward. I just never mention it. That's all. That's just gonna. I think I remember that now when I built the original VO. I think I remember being annoying because I'm like going back and forth, over and over again. It would be nice to have on each page of, insert 5 T-nuts in this groove here and leave them. That would be kind of nice. Those don't reach in there, so. Now I gotta go old school. I actually have to use tools and actually turn my hands and wrist and stuff. I gotta do labor now. That's not fair. Oh, duh. I should have switched over to that. Sorry about that, guys. You don't need to stare at a screen of a PDF. That's no fun. Hang it off the edge of my little stone here so that I can get it relatively flat without too much extra work. There we go. Tightening down everything. And odds are, I bet you I have to go back and slide something else in one of those slots, don't I? So, but there you go. All right. Slide that in. Now you should be seeing the overhead now. Yeah, you're seeing the overhead. I hate this camera. I don't know why it has a pulse. Let's see if that helps. There you go. No problem, Zen. Yeah, we, if you don't message our support people, generally our guys will actually be able to catch it, which is pretty nice. I like that my shipping guy is actually really smart, and he does a lot of 3D printing. And so what he can do is he can actually see, he sees an order on a printout, and then goes, hey, That person's Charlie building a V0.1 and not a V0 and knows the difference. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. I like it. Alrighty. Now, these are the B extrusions. Which are the next ones. Let me make sure I'm not insane. Yep. So now I'm onto the B extrusions. There we go. I need 2 of those bad boys. I'll set that assembly over off to the side. I'm getting all these little sub-assemblies together. Now it wants me to put M3.6s in there and M3.10s in the end. So there's some 6ers and 10ers. Go. Throw those on the ends because I don't have a precision for it yet, and odds are, if I remember correctly, it doesn't need it. Alright, next, let's keep going. Now, here's the funny thing, you know, if I wasn't actually streaming and I was doing this at home, I would still be sitting here going, and next, and let's keep going, and talking to myself, and doing all that dialogue for my own personal entertainment. I would be that guy. Yes, I would. Alright, M3.10s, they want those on both ends. So I don't know if you're that type of person that also talks to yourself while you're building. It's why I tend not to listen to music while I build. Because half the time I will just try and talk myself and convince myself that what I'm doing is right or wrong, or that I know better than what the person that actually built it and made the instruction was, and convince myself of that. Yada, yada, yada. Insert 2 additional M3 nuts into the highlighted areas. Okay, so they want 2 more. That was a little well hidden, but okay. They want 2 more M3 nuts in those highlighted areas. I'm going to slide that in now, because I think I remember correctly is that when I was doing the original VO build, half my cursing was the son of a butt monkey. I gotta take this apart because I forgot to put a nut in here. And so on and so forth. I think that was half of my cursing. So, Jarrett, that is exactly the theme. It's going to have blue extrusion, red 3D printed parts, and white panels. And James, yeah, I tend to, if I watch TV, I usually have to put on an old movie that I know every line to, and that's the only way I can do it. Okay, so I am on the z-axis. Okay, so they want me to line that up. I'm preloading those nuts. And then those rails are going to go on there. You know what? I'm seeing a problem here. And let's see if you guys can help me out with this. So I'm at this stage here, which I get. I have these rails properly done. And I have preloaded 2 extra nuts in between there, which is correct. And then I have all those ready, which that's all seems fine. And it wants me to read ahead. Now it says preload. Okay, so that is actually instruction. They're not doing an example there. That makes sense. Okay. All right, I think I answered my own question. That's why I say it out loud. So, what they want me to do is that these are the Z's. And that's going to be the top, the part with the most spacing. They want me to preload some nuts in the back, but I'm not going to do that until I install it all on this. So in a perfect world, now wait a minute, what size did they ask for? M3.6. Oh, those are the 8s. That's why I was screwing that up. Okay. M3.6, those are the shorties. That's where I was going wrong. Okay. Now I'm back on track. I was wondering why it was looking weird. Okay. Now I'm back on track. I thought that was not going to work out right. M3.8. No, it's M3.6s here. That makes more sense. I was like, that's never going to tighten in those slots. Every time I say slots, I think of the Beavis and Butthead movie with Beavis sitting there going, slots. Slot. You know, but some of you are probably not even old enough to remember Beavis and Butthead. And that makes me feel old. That was the start of MTV no longer being MTV. That's when they said they're going, you know what, we're going to put content around music videos. That'll appease everybody. And everybody said, sure, that'll be fine. I'm just going to temporarily hold it there. temporarily hold this over here just to say I did. Now, move that out of the way. Now preload 3 nuts in the back. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right. Since I'm here, set that in. I am not even trying to be square because I will set that stuff later. I just don't want it flopping around on me. All right. Now we're moving on down. See, Dave gets it. All right. Loosest slots in Vegas. Yeah, I am not going to lie. I kind of miss Vegas. I used to go to, I'd go to conference shows all the time. And I kind of miss the whole Vegas conference show thing. But I will tell you this, and it's really kind of funny. My Vegas experience has always been different than most. I like the conference shows. I don't like the casinos. It's just not my thing. But what was always kind of funny to that is how I would handle it. I lived in LA and San Francisco. I always flew. I would always want to drive to Vegas. So that was my preferred way to get there and do everything. And I would actually drive there. And it didn't matter. I mean, I'd usually get, I was an important guy. I could go on any budget. I didn't have to be scarce. But I always wanted, I always went and stayed at Circus. Not because I'm a circus buff or anything crazy like that, but because Circus had this thing called the Manor. Now, the Manor is this little outcropping of hotel rooms. And it was actually by their RV park. So you go out the back of the hotel, and it looked like, one of those crappy hotels you see on the side of the freeway when you're, driving through the middle of nowhere. And it was that style. But it was right there. It was still on the strip. And I would stay there because after you got done with your registration, you could park your car directly outside your room and go into your hotel and never have to go in front of a casino or anything like that, or in front of a giant, casino or anything like that. So it was a great way to deal with Vegas and stay over there. Now, the real secret is that they would always run, every conference that ever went through Vegas, they all use the same busing service to get their people to and from the convention center. And the stop that every single one used was always at Circus. And all the fancy people that were staying at all the fancy hotels up and down the strip would have to walk 3 blocks down to the crappy hotel Circus. And then walk around the RV park through all the shady people and all that type of stuff. And then they could get onto the bus. And the secret is that if you stayed in the Manor part of it, all the buses would always come and do all the pickups directly outside of there. And it was always the last pickup and the first drop off of every bus. So that was my secret. That was how I survived Vegas trips. And it was always easy for me to get to the show, to get to the convention center. I'd be the first person in there, last person to leave, be able to get to my booth and run the booth. never have a problem, and good times. And that is how I handled Vegas. And now you know. Let's see, what does everyone say? And Thango, any idea when we are getting the LDO frame black for 2.4? I do not know. I do not know when the frames are coming. In all honesty, I do know that I'm supposed to have a bunch delivered, hopefully late next week. That much I know. All right. Now, let's check a few things because I got to square this up. This is one thing I think a lot of people always forget, or they think is not important. In my opinion, is yes, it is always important. Always check your square, always check your level, always make sure everything is right. And in fact, you should be doing that to everything in life. Damn, that's nice. I like it. Nice. Okay, I am not going to complain. That's about as square as you're going to get. All right, so they want 58 millimeters. Ah, millimeters. Oh my God. Nero, save me. Use your Canadian numbers. All right, they want 58 millimeters inside to inside. I'm just going to set this. $58. $58. Nice and slick. Okay. Now they want 54 between the two. By the way, if you're ever using calipers, every single time you want to do another number, always go back to 0 and 0 it out. Don't be like, oh, it's only 4 millimeters off, and we'll shrink it down 4 millimeters. Always set it back to 0, reset it. Just make sure, especially with the El Cheapos. Gotta tell you, a lot of times that's the biggest problem I see with people. They'll send me pictures of their calipers, and I go, did you at least set it to 0 before you did all that junk? And they'll be like, oh, I thought it was fine, and then find out, oh, it's nowhere even remotely close to fine. And never forget that part. Can't tell you how many people I've getting argumentative emails about something, and I go, here, let me show you how to use a caliper. And then once you do, then they go, oh, my bad. And I feel, feel like it's okay, but, you do still have to sit there and scream through their emails, for of weeks sometimes until they kind of go, oh, that's where I screwed up. You know, things like that. That happens a lot. It's so frustrating. I need to move this. I think I had some slippage. And it's better to just keep double checking now than it is to try and troubleshoot this later. That has always been my mantra in life. Just want to make sure I'm not completely nuts. All right, let's verify these measurements in between. Okay, I can live with that for now. The rest of it is adjusted out. That's okay. Okay, I feel good about that. As long as I don't screw things up. Everything's square. Look at that z-axis. It's so beautiful. It's so pretty. Now they want carriages. I think that that is, I want that there, which would make sense. And then there's the other one. All right, I think that, yeah, that should be the other one. And so that would mount there. And that would mount there. Yeah, couldn't be any simpler. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Now. All right, now we gotta have our fun here. M2 by 8s to hold that on, and then I got to do all the preload joke. M2 by 8s. There we go. Now let's insert this. Da, 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 da. Eight. Next one. Go. Such small holes. They're so tiny. There we go. And then I got the little secret hole back here. The hidden hole. Little secret extra access ports. I actually talk about in instructions, but you're sitting there going, why the hell is that there? Then you go, oh, that's why. There we go. Alrighty. Look at all the 3D printed parts starting to finally get mounted. That's how you know you're making progress on a build, is when you actually can start mounting 3D printed parts, because that's when it starts to get serious. Unless that printer design has, you know, structural components that are 3D printed. I mean, I've seen some printers that the entire frame is held together by 3D printed parts, and I go, oh, that is not a good way to build a printer. That's not how you do this. I mean, when the Voron V0 and its size printer has more structural rigidity than a printer as big as some of the other ones I've seen out there, you kind of sit there and go, really? That's where you're at? Don't be that guy. Alright, drop that in. Drop that in. Get the other weird hole. And you can hear the Amtrak train go by. So if you didn't know, the Delaware is the state that we're in, and it is the home state of our current president, Biden. And he likes to go to and from work using the train. And the Amtrak train passes right by our building. So, you know, if I ever wanted to, I could probably go out there and wave to him on certain occasions. Be like, hey, lower my taxes. You know. If I was so inclined. That is correct, Justin 3D. We do not sell the the Dragon hot end. That one is the one that's got the copyright problems or the patent problems. So we do not sell that one. We do sell some of their other designs. Just not that one. All right. Lots of screws, or lots of nuts to preload here. Kind of interesting if they do that. And then 2 on the bottom here. There we go. And then they want 1 on each inside. And now it says go ahead and set her on in. There we go. Nice. Oh, wait a minute. That's not right. All the pieces are sliding out in the wrong places. All right, so 2 on the bottom. 1 on each side there. And then they want 6 on the back. But I can't let the 6 slide out. And they really want to slide out. Should be 1 more nut around here. There we go. Two, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. M3/8. That one looks like I caught it. Doesn't look like I caught it. Oh, I missed it. Give me a second because I don't want those little nuts to slide out anymore. You know what I'm going to do? You know what, Donafar? I think you are correct. But this far in, it's easier for me just to adjust the rails the other direction than it is to flip everything over. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to stuff some tissue paper or some paper towel into these slots because there's 6 nuts that go on the back, and they kept falling out into that hole. And I need to get the gotta get the nut to fall just right. All right, let's see if that sticks. There we go. Got that one. Loosen that one. There we go. Another 3/8. Get in there. There we go. That's all good. Now, if I'm correct, now these try and slide that over. There we go. Let's see. M38 from the bottom. There we go. We'll let the shot across the room. Now use that. All right, right in the hole. Now. Carefully. There. Now they want M312s. From the back. Okay, now I see why they wanted 6 back there. Man. Alright, now let's try and get those into place. M312s. Make sure I'm not nuts. Get these bad boys into place. Yeah, man. We're getting there. And when they worked on this, they did not want that whole Z gantry to flex at all. They really want every screw they can get in there, don't they? All right. Now let's try and get that other screw in. You know what? I bet you, now if I remove that tissue, I bet you if I place this yep, that's what I'm going to do. So these last, the T-nuts that go on the back are just kind of a pain to deal with. Just an annoyance. I just got to get them in just right. Match up with that one hole. It is not an easy target to hit, that's for sure. About the size of a womp rat. You know, it's going to take a little ways to get there. Come on. You can do it. Okay, now it's personal. Now it's personal. Anyone else build a V0 and got annoyed by these one square nuts on the back? There we go. Now I caught it. Leave that in for now. Shoot that down. All right. Almost done with this part, and then I'll go back and correct my upside down problem. My oopsie daisy problem. All right. Now remove the tissue. Block the end. Tilt it till it slides over. Push it back ever so slightly. I think that is the proper method now. Does that work? There's the method. That's how to do it. All right, that's the technique. That is the official technique by David Randolph. All right, now let's do some corrections. Now, what I mean by corrections, it was pointed out I accidentally put the rails on the wrong way, upside down. Not the end of the world. People have done worse. They bought an A-net, so you know, I mean, there's worse people in the world. All right. Verify I'm not nuts. Let me go back up the instructions, make sure that I'm not cray-cray. .33mm is what they want. Okay. All right. 33 millimeters up. And 33 millimeters down. There we go. Boom. 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 All right. I'm going to slide this all the way down. Put this over here. Make sure I'm 33. There we go. Now I am back on track. There we go. Now I feel like I'm right. Let's see if anyone's got something. Yep. All right. So now I am looking correct. I am looking good. And if we look over at the instructions, yep. Gap at the top, H extrusions, all that was measured out and sized. I don't need the stoppers because I got plungers. I did all of that. I mounted all of that. That's all in there. I did the 12s from the back. All right, I'm getting closer and closer. Yeah, never slide the bed off the rails. That's why I like these rails. They actually come with the plungers in there, so they won't come off. You will lose those balls in a heartbeat. You will not be a happy camper. But that's why I like having the little plungers on there. All right. All right, you know what, guys? I'm gonna take a 4-minute break here. We'll do a little potty break, a little drink break, and then come right back, and then keep on going. But we're finally starting to see some stuff actually go together. You almost have the back half of the printer. Yay! We're making progress though. But I'll be back in about 4 minutes or so. All right, I'm back. What I want to do before I get kind of into it again, I want to give you guys a slightly better viewing angle. So give me just a second. And I am going to get slick here and figure out the best way to do this. So give me a second to think. And I will be smart. I think I got one. I think that'll work just fine. All right. Let's see. There we go. That might be a little bit better for you. That way we can switch from the overhead to there, and might be a little bit easier to see me build while I build. Hopefully that works a little bit better for everyone. I like it. Okay. Let's get back to it. And that's where we're at. We're on page 31 already. All right. I preloaded all of those. Now it wants that. So it wants M310s in the back. I don't remember. Let's see. Does anyone else see the problem that I am seeing? See, because it had me do that. And now I'm there. Does it want me to take those? Okay. Remove the uprights. Okay, that's where I was sitting there going like, what the hell are they saying? Remove these uprights. I thought it was getting weird. All right. Remove the uprights. And I will say this, and I've built a lot of kits of different stuff. And this is no bad juju on Voron guys, but I've never been a fan of the whole put this on, take it off, now put this on, now take it off, now put this on, now take it off. Never been a fan of that. So 6 on the top. One, two, three. I know it's sometimes an evil necessity. I'm just not a fan of it. 4, 5, 6. 1 on the back. All right. Now on page 33. Preload 6 on the bottom. And then I can do some assembly. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Push those in a little bit just so they're out of the way. All right, 6 on the bottom. Now the new rails. And the big thick opening is towards the back on the top. Okay. I'll definitely be squaring that up later, that's for sure. I will say this, the one thing I really like is that when you start putting together someone's kit, and you wonder why they have some weird measurement somewhere arbitrarily, and then all of a sudden it all lines up, like they have you set these rails at a weird thing, and then it sets back, and it just all of a sudden just works. You're like, oh, that's what they meant. That's where they were going with that. That's why they were doing that weird thing. And you go, oh, that makes perfect sense. Done. That's what I like. That's usually that's a good point in time for me on kits. Is I sit there and go, that's cool. It's kind of that. It gives you that confirmation that you're doing things right. All right, good enough. It does help, James. It does help. It's just weird. Oh, yeah, you still are on manual view, aren't you? Oh, there you go. So this is the V0.1. M310s. Yeah, this is the pre-release. So I'm playing with it because, we're going to have a bunch of them come in. And generally the way it works around here is that usually me, unfortunately, has to play with the new product, or I have to get another one of the guys to play with the product. And then we have to sit there and tell everyone else in the building, hey, listen, if you get a phone call about this, handle it this way. And if you get a phone call about this, handle it this way. And all of that so that we can do our best to take the support calls. With the end goal being is that I really wanted everybody to get off the support call as fast as possible so they can get back onto something else. So I try really hard to make sure all the guys know all the problems. And then when things get screwy, they will be fine. Or they will be ready to support it. And a lot of times, a lot of my notes are me going, oh, you know what, they probably missed that step. Or, you know what, this wasn't perfectly described the way most people would think. Yada, yada, yada. And then you go, no problem. No, the VO did not have those end stops. I remember that very vividly when I built my original VO. Because I remember sitting there looking at them going, oh, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. It was a nice little addition. It's very smart. All right, now the H extrusions. Drop it down. Because see, even mentioning the stops, or that they should put a stop in there, is a smart thing. I don't think you necessarily have to have them 3D printed. I would have, if it was me, I probably would have put in some extra M310s and square nuts, and then just have them tighten it down until it actually held in place. That's kind of how I would have handled it, I think. But having a 3D printed part, in all honesty, there's a good argument that since it's a unique part, it will trigger people while they're building to do a unique step that they're not fully used to. And if you make people do things a weird way, they will slow down considerably and actually try to do it. And they generally will take their time and be a little more careful about things. So sometimes it's a good idea to make people do things a weird way in order for it to sink in properly. Talk to any good teacher out there and they'll tell you, yeah, half the time they'll intentionally teach them the long, hard way just so that they don't get used to routine or expect to know how to do it in a very specific way type of thing. That's pretty common. All right. Now they want me to make sure that it's exactly 37. Front to back. Not an unreasonable request. And a very accurate one. All right, so 37. Good enough for government work. Let's check. Spot on. Little off. The one nice thing is that I really think that you can rely on the LDO extrusions and frames and hole drills to be just spot on every time. That's one thing that's been very unanimous. I've had very few people complain and say, "Oh, they're off by 1/4 millimeter in one direction or something." I really have not seen that yet. Now, I will tell you what I have seen, and LDO has been quick to fix it. There have been times where they might miss a tap, where they just don't tap a hole or something like that, but I've never seen something actually done measurably wrong. So I give them credit for that. They've been doing really well with that part of it. There we go. Let's keep going around. I want to do one more pass. Nice. 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 Okay. So far, so good. So the panels I'm using are the printed solid ones, but the LDO kit will have their own panels. Albeit it is acrylic all the way around, including the solid black panel pieces, but that I'm not a fan of, but it's to keep economical and still be pretty good. I like my ACM. So, Rashawn, there are some printers out there that do have zones. So for example, Gmax and Gcreate, they use 2 zones for their printer. They have there's a smaller inner zone and a larger outer zone for their printing. But it's not common, mainly because most printers are 12 inches and under, and there's no reason to have multiple zones at that size. So there have been beds that I mean, if you want to do a 500 millimeter bed, yeah, you're going to get 2 zones in that sometimes, most of the time. And if you're going to get larger than that, you almost have to. As far as the pricing on this kit, it's going to be $650 for the kit, and then you can accessorize a few things if you want, but it's going to still be around $650 to $660 to $675. Depending on all the bells and whistles you want to throw at it, for the most part. Alrighty. More preloading. I am going to position it like they have it. Preload 4 into that bottom. One. 2, a 3, a 4, and then 4 on the other side. Still makes perfect sense. Very logical. A 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. All right, 4 on that side, and then 3. On the outside. So I think I found a graphical typo in the, well, no, there it is. It's over on the other side. It's fine. All right. There we go. 3 on this side. And then in theory, if I'm correct, three on the top as well. Yep. I think that's where it's saying put it. Yep. So preload 3 on the top as well. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right. Okay, so now from there, M36, they want the other part of the chain in a little corner. And it's easy enough, and then want to put in the bottom one. So M36 and a square nut. Slide it in. And they want me to pretty much push it all the way up to there, which makes sense. There we go. Coming along. Now it's ready for some panels. Finally. I'm getting them to show off some of my stuff. That is sexy. Anybody that doesn't use my panels is on the wrong panel boat. Get these M310s in. Come on. There we go. Yep, this is definitely starting to look like the 4th of July 3D printer. The American printer. Designed by Canadians. Components in China. America. All right. It's amazing kind of how slow you start and then very quickly you got pretty much a printer. Starting to shape up. Hey Kyle, welcome to the party, pal. Wait a minute, did I do something? I think I did something weird here. Yeah, I think I did. Yep, I screwed up. I put the wrong extrusions on the wrong place. Because I need this. Needs to go down here. Yep. So I thought the Y-well extrusions needed nuts to hold the panels on. Because they got all those panel clips. And then that goes towards the bottom. Yep. I'm going to hold this in because I realized that I didn't make that mistake. Oh, you mean on the top of the Y extrusion? Okay. You mean these three here? That's the ones you're talking about. Yeah, that one I wasn't sure about. You are correct. That one I wasn't 100% sure about. But I threw that in because I was like looking at the instructions going, I bet you there's probably got to be up there because I thought there was something we had to mount, but eh. That goes there. Now, one of these. I need 2 310s. That goes into there. And then that goes into there. And while I'm here, loosen that up. Loosen that up. Raise that out. And remove those extras. Now, hide that right there. Put those on. There we go. Right? Yep. As long as I get that last one a little bit looser. There we go. And as the old saying goes, now you're cooking with Crisco. I'm not quite sure where I learned that old saying, but gotta admit, it is kind of a weird saying. I really can't think of anyone that'd be like, oh yeah, it's all coming together because now I'm cooking with Crisco. All right, there we go. Now I'm getting somewhere. Okay. No. Top of the Y does get nuts. Top of the Y needs nuts. Outside of Y does not get nuts. Outside of Y. Okay. All right, now I see where we're going. Okay, no worries. I can fix that real quick. I don't know why I'm having problems with Y. Thank you, thank you. I'll make Y jokes all week long. Damn on. There, better? Okay, Kilo, I'm following your advice here, but I keep getting different instructions each time. So, it says I am looking at page 38, which does show 3 in the top here and here, and then shows 6 in the top here, 3 in the bottom here, 3 there. 4 there. 6 there. 4 there. I am missing the 4 for that one. There should be 4 on the bottom of that one. That's the only one I'm missing right now. So I gotta open this back up. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Place that on the bottom. There we go. There. Now, plate needs all square on the plate. Alrighty. Three, 3, 1. Yep. So far correct. Okay. Finally. Okay, now I'm on to the AB drives. That sound about right? Yeah, that's where I'm at. So I'm at the AB drives now. So I'm on page 40. So I have my 3 down here for this. There's nothing in these sides because you can still slide it on. The instruction sheet doesn't show any up here, but there is up here. I could have swore that originally there was 3 that went on the side here, but I've been told, and in the instructions it says no. There we go. Alrighty. Now I'm on to the A drive. That means I get the fun parts. So much so that I'm going to set this apart for a second. America. America. Alright, so they're showing me the A part. There's my A part. They want me to slide it on in there. There we go, that makes more sense. Alrighty. Now, back to heat insets. Remove those for now. Like 3 there and 3 there. Easy enough. I want the inset sitting below the surface. I'm on page 41 right now. Alrighty. So let's get all these together. So they want this hole and this hole and this hole and this hole. They want the heat insets set down into the hole. But this one they want flush. That is how I am reading it. Waiting for the soldering iron to get a little warmed up. A little recessed. Little recessed. And a little flush. Good enough for government work, as the kids say. So, Rashad, yes, it is. It is a special tip just for soldering irons to do this. And LDO is actually including that special tip in their kit, which I thought was pretty slick of them. So, all you have to do is have a soldering iron, and then you're all fine. My question is, there it is, that's what I'm looking for. Oh, even sitting even closer. I was looking for this. Making sure that they're cool. When you put the heat insets in, sometimes it leaves a little burr on top, and it's good to trim them up. All right, I feel like I followed the instructions. The two outer ones are very well recessed. And the one inner one is flush. Alrighty, now they want another heat set and these plates. I'm okay with that. So far, it's different, but I am really enjoying it. I think it is better than the V0 that I put together. So far, every change that I have seen or run into, I've actually enjoyed. I can't say there's anything that I've gone, hey, they did it better on this one. So far, I don't have too much to complain about. All right, M335s. All right, and shims. And motion. Those have the bearings in there. One, two, three, four, five, six. One, two, three, four, five, six. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With 2 extra for now. For now. I'll set those back in there, and that should take care of everything there. Now there's the shims and printed spacers. I remember those things. Now the only problem that I had with the printed spacers is that I remember there were 2 printed spacers. In the whole set. There's like a tall one and a short, there were like different lengths. And those printed spacers, I think that was the shorties is what they reviewed it, is what it looks like, if I remember correctly. My God, it's been over a year since I've built the Voron V0. I've forgotten so much. Yep, that's probably what it was. The other one was just way too long for what I thought it was, so it's not even an issue. Alrighty. So they want that to go through. There. Da, 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 da. Wind, 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 wind. Alright, so you go through that hole. And then the very next hole. And that creates that, okay. Alrighty, next. I'm just going to throw these in while I'm here because I know I'm going to have to do it later anyways. And might as well do it now. There we go. Keep going. There we go. Hello, Steve. Welcome to the party. All right. Now, they want to do standard shim, bearing, bearing, shim shim shiroo, bearing, bearing, shim. Then they want to do spacer, shim, bearing, bearing, shim. All right. So that's how it's looking so far. Both stacks look pretty good. Now, that's just like that. There we go. That looks. It was throwing me off there. The graphics looked a little off. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. All right. Now let's drive those screws home. screwdriver is pretty pointless. Looks like I'm just gonna be cranking. There we go, making progress. Oh, there's been a nice, okay. And then there's the adjustment. There we go. There's that assembly. That's 43. And then odds are... All right, they still want me to work on the A assembly. That's fine. So I'll grab one of the A motors. There's the A motor. And we're doing motion, so I want some pulleys. M330. These are still button heads. Gotta be careful because there's a couple socket heads and button heads that are the same. M340s, M335s, M330s. Okay. So M330s are going around the bolt itself, so they're going to go here. And that's why it's recessed, so it can catch that. Okay. Now I get why they wanted that recessed. I think I would have designed it with shorter screws and maybe done the heat insets on the inside, but this works. It's just a little extra screwing. If I was trying to be that cold, callous, you know, business guy that tries to save 5 cents every chance he gets, then yeah, I would have done the heat inset there and gone with like an M3, 8, or 10 there. Just to save those pennies on the difference between an M310 and an M330. And then from a technical writer standpoint, I would sit there and go, I'd probably put it there because now technically this has to go through this backwards, which requires that when you did the heat inset that you were beyond perfect and you don't have any fluff on the backside. minuscule difference at best. Marginal. Not enough that I would complain. Just me talking out loud. There we go, that grabbed. That looks like that grabbed. Back that out a little bit just so it's not gripping too much. All right. Now they want me to take the motor here and this pulley, they want upside down on the A side. And they want 8.5 millimeters. From the flush side to the surface. Okay. I see where they're going with this. Now, since I'm here, here's their blue Loctite. All right, so this is a snip off top, okay. Just a little dab in there. I know I should have put it on the threads before I did it, but I didn't. This may not be perfect. Don't hate me. But there we go. Now, M335s, I need 4 of those. Let me see something. I always forget this, but let me see something. Would be nice if they noted this from time to time, but I want, okay. It's not noted anywhere that I can tell. Let me double check. Yep, they don't notice it. So I'm going to put this little note in here. The wire cables from the motor should face the threads. So like that. There, I set it. So a kilo, there's a couple of M3 socket heads for the Bondtech part. Little gotcha there. All right, getting close, guys. Now, I will say this: I've built a couple of rail cores in my days, and a couple of the belts, and a couple other basic, Core XY, you know, general mumbo jumbo. And I will say this, and it was probably me the first time I built the V0. I kept getting screwed up in the V0 instructions with setting up all of the pulleys and the idlers and all that stuff. If I remember correctly, I felt like I took it apart several times because I kept getting them backwards, the orders of the stacks and stuff like that. And we'll see if I do that this time, and see if it was just bad me the last time I did it. You know what? I'm gonna switch to that just so you guys have more entertainment. There we go. Loosen up just a little bit, just so it slides back and forth fine. Good. One more for the motor. And so you guys have a good ratio. I've built a lot of my own machinery over the years and stuff like that, laser, CNC, 3D printers, all that stuff. And I try really hard to follow instructions. I really do. I try really hard to follow instructions as close as humanly possible, exactly how the original author intended. And I try really hard to ignore my own bias. And I try really hard to not be that guy that sits there and goes, I know better than the creators did, and I know what's coming on and stuff like that. I try really hard not to be that guy. Doesn't always work out that way, but I try hard, and I usually find that my mistakes when I'm building stem entirely from that. All right, now it's got to check my work. And I should see 2, 2, 1. So from the orientation, that should be correct. I don't think they're necessarily part of the BOM. I think that they are part of the Bondtech assembly. The kilo. I think that's where they come from. So they may not necessarily be on the BOM. They just may be included with the Bondtech stuff. Alrighty. I already got all the B stuff working. M335. I need 2 of those again. Oh, that's right. I already put them in because I was ready and waiting for it. I was doing my cursive. I knew better than anybody else, and that's why I went ahead and did it that way. So let's make sure. There we go. That is correct. Shim. Shim. Basic bearing stack. Basic bearing stack. Then 2 shims there. 1 shim there. Spacer here. Bearing stack. And shim. This is the B side. Which, you know, growing up, that was always the best side of the records. I'm just saying. Alrighty. That's where the real music was. It was always on the B side. The A side was what all the pop music people would listen to. The B side was for the real music. That sets in the hole correctly. You know what? I went too far on that, so let's back that out for a second. Now let's see, does that sit in there? Fine now. You ever just get too ambitious and just start tightening down stuff too fast? That's what I just did. I got too excited. Got too excited. I was making too much progress. There we go. Now I'm getting somewhere. Tighten down the stack. Right, there we go. There we go. That still moves freely. Those still spin. All right. Stack number 2 done. M330s in the front holes again. Make sure I don't do it wrong and I do it right each time. Assume nothing. So it may not be necessarily PG, and you know, I'm not trying to be monetized by YouTube anyway, so screw it. But never assume anything, because you'll make an ass out of you and me. All right, come on. Yeah, man. Get in there. Keep going. Keep going. I swear, I drop an Allen wrench. Look at that. I'm just dropping Allen wrenches all over the place. I'm just smooth. All right. Get the thread from the back side. I caught it. Let's go for a ride. Nope. Come on now. Let's do this. Get in there. Take it home. Alrighty. Pluck out the little extra plastic bit. That threaded in. That threaded in. Alright. That worked. I still got free movement on that. I'm okay with that. Now get this pulley. Get that sauce. Get my second motor. Or my B motor, as we'll call it in this case. And I went 17.5 to the bottom of that, and I am about 99.9% sure. I am not going to zoom it, but I'm going to check it here. So 17.5. I bet you that if I took this and I slid that on, and they're measuring from the base to the base. Ah, so close. All right, so it's just a little bit off. Okay. I thought maybe it was so slick that the shaft was 100% flush with the top of that. But that's okay. Check that measurement, see how close I am. Spot on. I love it when I'm good. And as soon as I get this kind of tightened up, I'll check in chat and see how much you guys have been yelling at me for the last 10 minutes. I'm 335. Let me just get these 4 in here. And then I'll visit the chat and see where we're at. So I didn't get a chance to see all of Nero's stream. You know, he was off doing his thing. So far, am I faster or slower than he is? I am assuming I am slower. He's built a few more Vorons in his time. Yeah, I thought it was good for him to do that stream. That was a lot of fun. Everyone I heard it from said it was a lot of fun. It was a good time. I enjoyed doing the little giveaways for it. Mainly because I see YouTubers or Twitchers or whatever doing their thing. If they have an okay following, it's kind of fun to help them out as best you can, because they get it brings in more people for them. So that's why I like doing giveaways from time to time, is that I think it brings in more viewers and helps solidify some influencers. And some I'm like, I don't like your content, it's just not me type of thing. And then there's some that I just kind of vicariously live through. Chris Riley is one of the people I vicariously live through, because he's doing the stuff that I want to be doing all day and all night long. That's the stuff that I kind of got into this hobby for before the business side of things. I played a lot with the firmware and the hardware and everything else. I had, at one point, I swear I must have had 20 printers in my basement. Now I got like 20 printers in the shop and only like 10 printers at home. Very small collection. Gotta have more than that. If it's not in the double digits, meh. You aren't serious about the hobby. Let's put it that way. There you go. That'll be the rule. If you don't have a double digits worth of 3D printers, you aren't really serious about this hobby. I'm calling it there. You got less than 10 printers, you're just dabbling. Let's see. That's sliding good. That's going on good. There we go. All right. Let's see what everyone said here. All right. Makes sense. There you go. I'm about 30 minutes ahead. Well, here's the thing. If I'm 30 minutes ahead, that is entirely because Nero would get sidetracked and talking about something else he's working on. Oh, I'm an hour behind. Okay, that would make more sense to me. That would make more sense. Okay. There we go. Okay, that would make more sense. Okay. Now the B drive. 2 on the top, 1 on the bottom. There we go. Oh, look at this. I get to finally mount it. I think. I'm getting close. Now let's get the printer over here. Alrighty. Preloaded nuts. M335s. There we go. Let's see. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I got a lot of work ahead of me here. I am going to loosen this back up. Now I see where it goes. There we go. It is going the right way. There we go. Slide that back. Ah, I forgot how much these things they really are bolted on. Six bolts to hold down these assemblies in each corner. All right. Raise this up a little bit more. There we go. Caught it. There we go. Man, I don't know how I feel about these holes being so tight for these bolts. Makes it really hard to know if you actually caught the nut or not. feel like the holes, if they were looser, you could kind of use it to poke and find and feel the nut, but you kind of want the motor to be tight, so I don't know. Kind of a catch-22 there. All right, let's try this as a trick. Nope, that didn't work. Try that again. Now, come on, you know I did it. You're definitely higher than you should be. There it is. Okay. Now, bring it down. Bring it up. There we go. Come on. All right. Man, these bolts are hard to get in here. I feel like they're deep in there. There we go. Caught it, I think. Let's see. go. Next. All right, come on. Got a whole other motor to mount this with. All right, now this one I should be able to see pretty much from the side. So it should be a lot easier to get this one in. All right. Hey, Justin. Alrighty. Let's see. I don't know if you said it at the beginning of the stream, but which filament type brand did you use for the parts? I'm using, I'm using Ultimaker ABS on Ultimaker printers. Alright. Yeah, I can see some of those are really for looks. I'm just trying to get as close as I can, you know, suffer, yeah, Raymond, I'm just trying to suffer as much as everybody else is. Alright. But I'm suffering, and I'm learning. I'm going along for the ride so that I can sit there and say, hey, listen, I've suffered along with you people. I've suffered with the Voron people. The Voron people of Nebula 5. And I can sit there and say, I get it. I still haven't built the 2. I really want to do a 2.4. I gotta admit, I really want to do a 2.4. I just wish I had more time in the day. Now, one of the tricks that I have always learned when it comes to trying to get screws in, and I'll show you guys from the top my secret trick. All right. So, I want to get that screw right there. What I'm going to do is, there's its nut. I'm going to drive its screw. I'm going to get out of the way of the camera so I don't kill you. But I'm going to drive its screw all the way in. All the way in. Actually, I need to back that up because I'm doing this screw right here is the one I'm really doing. But you can see that that screw is all the way in. So I'm going to take my other bad shaped or my non-sized Allen wrench. And you see I laid it in a hole. and I push it until it stops. And then what I'm going to do back out the screw. Now push it in the thickness of the screw, the bolt or the nut. All right, didn't catch that time, so I'll back it out. Come on, screw, you can fall out. I know you can. So I pushed it a little too far in. That's okay. So let's try again. First things first. There's the screw, or the nut. Here's the bolt. Drive the bolt all the way down. Make sure everything is as square as possible. That's all the way down. And that's in the extrusion, and it's going to act as a stop when I push in the Allen wrench. Now it's important not to be pushing on the Allen wrench or anything like that. Just be slow and careful. And then back it out just enough. And push it in. And hopefully if you got everything right, let's just see what this one is giving me a hard time. It doesn't like me today. Of course, the one time I try and show off my favorite trick of all time for blind nuts. There we go. Come on. Don't prove me completely wrong. I would probably say this is definitely the hardest part of the build every time. Now, why is it giving me a hard time? The other side went so easily. You know what, let me see if that nut's stripped, because it is just not behaving. All right, let me grab a long bolt. It's not stripped. I swear. You're ticking me off one. Alright, let's just... I just want to see something real quick. Okay, come on. You can catch it. Okay, it caught it. Let's just see if that was just a pain in the butt one. Give me a second to get the other one. Okay. Now let's try my trick again. I'm going to lower this all the way down. So it drops into the extrusion and blocks the path. There we go. Now it's up. Raise it up. Now this path usually works better if the holes aren't as tight as they are. You can feel everything, but here you can't really feel it. All right, come on. There we go. Caught it. It ain't easy. All right, let's try this again. I got 3 more holes to do it on. I'm hell-bent on trying to get these as tight as possible and in the right spot as possible. All right, come on. These might benefit more from true T-nuts than square nuts. As far as assembly, but not as far as stability. So that would be an interesting question. All right. Now, back out. Back in. There it goes. All right. Almost there. I think I remember last time this was what had me yelling and screaming and cursing most of the time. I wonder if this would benefit from some of those LDO strip nuts. Got it. All right. All right. Last one. Last one. This is the boring stuff. This is the part that doesn't seem like you make a lot of progress. All right. Loosen it up. Hang on 1 second. There we go. Good enough for government work. Turn that one down a little bit more. All right. Yeah, those feel good. Whew. That was annoying. Did I lose everybody? Oh, did I curse? I do tend to curse. I try to avoid it. All right, I'm on page 53. I tell you what, guys, I'm going to take a 4 minute break here, and then I'll come back. I've probably at least got another 3, 4 hours in me tonight to go on this. I'm feeling pretty good, and I'm making good progress. I just need to take a potty break, and then we'll come back and keep on going. But so far, not so bad. It's got trial and tribulations, but yeah, I will be right back. Give me 5 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Okay. I'm trying not to curse Bob because, it's YouTube. And I have this unnatural, canny ability that I do curse quite a bit sometimes. So, A and B motors are assembled. That was a little stressful. But we're making progress. Now I need all the idler junk. So I need those pieces. Sort through all my 3D printed parts. I got them all here. Make sure I got the right ones. I think I got them all. Let's see. I was taking out a little break there. I ate a donut and it went down the wrong hole. So there's that piece. There's that piece. And I don't think these pieces are used yet, so that's not even an issue. I swear they gotta be. They gotta be caps or something, I'll see. M335s. More of these flange bearings in all their glory. Alrighty. Alright, come on. Yeah, that donut definitely went down the wrong hole. Gotta be careful with them. Alrighty. Get those on. Flange bearings, yada yada yada. All their glory. There we go. Shimmies. Shim. Shim. Flange stack. Flange stack. Shim. Shim. All right. That takes care of page 53. And that's what these other pieces are for. Now it says preload 4 more M3 nuts on the inside. Is that inside? Yeah, it's on the inside. Let's not forget that. Keep forgetting that part. 2, 3, a 4, a 1, a 2, wait a second. Oh. I guess it fell right through them. That's okay. I can just load them from the bottom in that case. It's kind of a weird thing to have happen, but okay. Let's see something. That's okay. There we go. There we go. Now they're all loaded up. Now, that is going to go there. Since that's got the thick piece, it should get the thin piece. Right or wrong? Oh, that is the thin piece, and that's the thick piece. Okay. Like, that's not right. I remember this. This was annoying, too. I think I got this wrong like 8 times. Not because of bad design or bad parts or anything like that. I think it was just me. That donut definitely went down the wrong hole because I can taste the donut on my nose. It was a blueberry cake donut from Dunkin' Donuts. Now my problem is that I was born and raised in the South there, folks. Which means that Dunkin's donut stuff is just pure blasphemy. But, you know, you live with what you gotta live with. Sometimes you just need sugar in round form with a hole in the middle. That's when a donut will do. All right. Come on now. Keep cranking. this up a little bit because I think it's going to be easier for me to catch the nut with the front first. There we go. There we go. That looks good. Oh, you're right there at the tip, but come on. There we go. Thread this on. There we go. Yay, Allen wrenches flying everywhere. That's when you know you're really getting into it, is when the Allen wrenches start flying. But the question is, does anybody know, and I'm not saying this because I know, I'm asking this because I don't know, who's Allen? And why does he get a wrench named after himself? I mean, that seems like a very, very special honor. Okay, I see what's going on. There we go. Let's see, what is everyone saying? Oh, that's Rick from Rick and Morty. Yep. I didn't remember his name. It's huge. Do we need a life-size gnome? Yeah, okay, I can see that. Mr. Randolph, where are you in your shop? I am currently in the front. I'm in the showroom. Let's see. Uh, where at Dixie did you live? Oh, I lived all over the South. I was in Kentucky and Texas and Georgia and all over the place. And yes, I am all about the biscuits and gravy. You won't find me wrong there. My problem is, I did all that southern stuff, but then I spent a long time out in California and LA and San Francisco, so I got that in my system too. Oh no, William, this is for me. Oh, Allen Manufacturing Company. Okay. I was always curious. And there's the idlers. Yep. Checking my work. It all looks fine. Looks like I got a printer. All right, now it wants me to work on the Z. So I'm going to need the Z and that little hopper. Bolt that on. Go find that little piece. That hopper. There's the Z. There we go. Then there's Dan. Welcome, Dan. Every once in a while I get to play, and this is me playing today. Alrighty. I want all that going up in there. That ain't gonna go up in there like that. Yeah, don't look right. Let me see something. There we go. That looks right. That was the wrong nut holder. There were multiple versions in there. I was like, what the heck going on with that? All right. That looks right. There we go. Now I got the right nut holder for the right part. And it wants some M312s. Let me make sure. Those are the 12s. Just making sure I got the right ones. M312s. There we go. Two more M312s. And that's what's going to hold it on the back. And it wants to hold it like that. All right. We will get this in there. All right, so I'll tell you a little story time. Back in my day, I was out doing broadcast engineering stuff. I was living in San Francisco. And like any good boy of the times, I rode a motorcycle. I had myself a little Honda Hawk that I got up and running and restored. And I'd ride that thing everywhere, had a good time. San Francisco was a fun place to ride it. And unfortunately, though, one day I was in downtown San Francisco, getting ready to get up onto over the Bay Bridge, come on home for the day. I had just finished up a computer certification class, you know. I was feeling good. I was ready to have my weekend. And there was a steel plate in the road. Now, anybody that knows the steel plates suck on a motorcycle. And I hit that steel plate. I wasn't going that fast, only about 20 miles an hour. But it was enough to lay the bike down directly onto my shoulder. And it shattered the socket over here on my left arm. And I went to that hospital that night. Got it all looked at, taken care of, all that stuff. They tried to set the arm because I was completely dislocated at the time. And they couldn't set the arm. I'm a big guy. And the arm came out and went underneath the socket. So, pretty intense situation to be in. But what the fix is, and what I paid a bloody fortune for, you know, American health systems and all, was they went out and they got some tie-down straps, and they tied me down to the gurney, and they started ratcheting with the tie-down straps my arm until it finally popped out and went back into its socket. Now, as you can imagine, that sets up a precedence for a lot of physical therapy. Because, I mean, that's a lot of muscle mass there that's just getting all sorts of tore up. And that's exactly what happened. So, I started going to physical therapy. You know, twice a week for a few months while we tried to get my arm back up to fighting power or normal operational power. And one of the nice things is that one of my clients at the time was a major football team. I'm not going to say their exact name, but if you put two and two together, you can figure it out. And I was going there pretty much on a daily basis. Well, one of the guys there knew my problem, and he took me down there to the locker rooms, and I got to see their physical therapist. So that physical therapist for the football team, you know, one of those best in the country type of people, saw me for free and took care of me and gave me some amazing exercises and treatments and all that stuff, and just made it just a one. I mean, for the situation, it was very nice and didn't cost me a dime. You know, he just did it because it's just like, hey, you come out here all the time, we like you, we'll take care of you. And then I started getting the bills for the dislocated arm and 2 x-rays and the ambulance. And in good old American fashion, you can imagine with San Francisco, it was almost $30,000 in bills. And that's a lot. Then, of course, you know, I had insurance. I'm a responsible adult. I pay my bills and all that stuff. But then the insurance company said, you know what? No. That's not in network. And I went, but wait a minute. The hospital has your name in the title out front. How is that out of network? And they went, well, the doctor's out of network. And so, long story short, I was sitting there and, you know, we had to go through the normal stuff everybody has to do with insurance here. But I got 0 bills from the football team. You know, their physical therapist. They were just like happy to have me there and helping out. And they were just like, you're better, you're more useful to us if you're actually functional. And so they took good care of me. And I stopped going to the other physical therapist. I canceled all my appointments. But that did not stop them from billing me for all of the appointments. So, yay! That was fun. And so that took a while to argue and yell at people and scream, you know, come on, this is what I pay insurance for, yada, yada, yada. And yeah, that was the fun. Thought you liked that little story. That I got the physical therapist of the stars for free, while the El Cheapo insurance option billed me out the ass. Gotta love that. There it goes. Now they're all caught. Now I don't ride anymore. Mainly because I'm on the East Coast. And the East Coast roads, you might as well be taking your life in your own hands over here. The drivers are not as good, and the roads are even worse. So, but yeah, there you go. There's your fun. That is the American medical system in a nutshell. So, be careful. And by the way, if you are a foreigner and you come here to visit, the biggest advice I will give you every time, the thing that looks like a scam at the airport where they say buy the medical insurance, buy the medical insurance. Because here, if you have to talk to a doctor, they will charge you out the ass if you don't have insurance. So, be careful. We are a very expensive country to break your arm in. Being in San Francisco, California didn't help one bit. That was the bad part. All right. I keep scooting over more and more so I can see the chat, but then I get out of camera. All right, so I got my Z motor here. Now I have to decide. Yeah, that's how I want it. I want the cable to go. Trying to decide which way I want the cable to go so it doesn't cause me too much of a headache. I'll make it go towards the front. Because this is where I'd probably say the biggest change happened between the V0 and the V1. So M38. We went to this kind of direct drive method, which I think is definitely an improvement. Because I remember dealing with the whole belt and the flipping the motor around and the additional pulleys, and I remember that being just, it was a lot of work. But there wasn't that much room to work in, so I get it, and I understand why they did it then. It was a lot of work. So this is definitely an improvement. Alrighty. Now let's get the tiny sixer. Get that into this baby corner. Come on. All right. Ooh, yeah. Okay. I got more nuts to load. Kind of weird they get you so close on the motor and then they're just like, oh, forget about that for a while. Like, oh, come on. That's so close. All right. Now they want me to turn it all upside down and preload more nuts. But from the back side, they want me to put 3 nuts here. 1, 2, 3. And 3 more on the other side. 1, 2, 3. And 3 on the outside here. 1, 2, a 3. And 3 more on the front. 1, 2, 3. All right, now it wants me to turn it around and load up those 2, of course. 1, 2, 3. Well, I'm running out of square nuts here. So, I gotta be getting close on at least that part. Okay. Now it wants the feet. So I need all the feetsy. All right, there's all my feetsy. And then it wants the M340s. Let me do a little bit of cleanup here real quick before I get lost in my ways. There we go. Rubber feet, M340s, and the feetsy feet. Okay. Rubber feet. Four of those. Now, by all accounts, this is a new piece. I don't remember this one. It had some fun. It's got that kind of little extra piece there. I don't remember that. But that is from the back. Interesting. Okay. I'll trust him on that. Too tight for that little screwdriver. But at least it saves me that second time of twisting this over and over. Losing the Allen wrench 20 times in the process. You know what? I'm getting impatient. So I'm going to do overkill. I'm going for overkill, people. This is 4th of July weekend, so I gotta do it the American way. There we go. That's how you do it. There. I just saved myself 30 minutes of work. Actually, you know what? I should back it out a little bit. There we go. America. There we go. Nice. Nice. Beautiful. Overkill complete. Yes, that is how you would strip the aluminum threads in that extrusion, but overkill. Oh, they want that on top, so I'm just going to worry about that later. Because I'm upside down. Look at that motor. Beautiful. It just slides like butter. Like butter. M3/8. More extrusion, screw setting fun. That's nice. Come on. Let's see, to grab. Almost. All right. Why ain't you grabbing? All right. Let's try that again. I am not going to lie. Once 3D printing kind of gets beyond this extrusion as a frame format, I think I'm going to be a happy person. I always hate this part, that the secret little try and capture the nut. Come on. Alright, come on. Capture the nut. Now, come on, you can do it. Seriously, come on. Alright, come on. Having a hard time capturing it. There we go. Now it's captured. Wow. These screws are in about the worst place they could be. Here, let me show you. Right there. And right there. That's gonna be a bad spot. Alright, I caught one. Let's try and capture the other. See, this is the crummy part of engineering, because you'll never be able to do it perfectly. And there will always, no matter what your design is, there's always going to be something like this. Nothing you can do about it. There will always be that one screw, that one spot where there's just... It's just the curse of the stone. Alright. But I caught that one. Okay. All right. Now we're on to the x-axis. We're on page 67. But before I go that much further, I want to drop this stuff on. Because it never really got dropped on. And I know I should have before I threaded it, but I didn't, and now I'm an idiot. And I don't think I can. I can't in this configuration, so I gotta go back a little bit and do a quick retrofit. Nothing terrible, I just need to redo this. I think I can do it this way. So if I remember correctly, this bolt does kind of go through. You know what? I think I might really be screwed. Unless that dropped all the way through, which it doesn't. Yeah, I think I'm royally screwed. Dope. I forgot. Now, let's see. What's going to be the best way to solve this problem? You know what? I'll gripe about this again later. I will take this out. And I will take this out. Now let's drop all that out. This sucker has to go underneath. And above. Alrighty, so what I'm going to do, I will attach this. I forgot to put the spring on the spring nut, so I have to go back and redo the spring on the spring nut. I'm trying to do it the least annoying way, because no matter what, I'm going to have to do some extra work. But I think I can do it. With a little bit of creativity. Alrighty. Now set that down. Latch that in. There we go. Now, I have to put those annoying bolts back in that I was so annoyed by earlier today. So, here I go again on my own. Like a twister, I was born to rock alone. Oh wow, I caught that nut on the first try. That's just crazy talk. Catch. Oh wow, look at me. Look at me. All fancy free. Alright. Crisis averted. Hey, look at that. There we go. Look at that. All good. Alright. Moving on. Now I'm working on the x-axis. So I need all the x-axis parts. I think that is all of them. But no, so far so good. We are cranking along. There is that. Now, of course, I want some heat sinks done. Not so bad. 4 little heat sinks. I get to use the fun little heat sink tool that they included, which does a marvelous job. Lovely. 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 Perfection! That really does make heat sinks go a lot faster. So I'm going to need 4 of those spacers. All right, so I need 2 more. I got them over here. There they are. Get those prepared. I got my bearings. Let's aren't set deep enough. I was a little conservative. All right. Don't mind me, I'm just doing a little cleanup work here. There. Nice and flush. There we go. Looking good. Now, M325 is what I need, and I got all my shims and everything else. Let's go find all the M325s that are included. There we go. M325, I'm going to put those right over there to keep things easy. Now, that's the first part. There. There. There we go. There we go. 2 more. Might as well do the other piece while I'm here, because you know that's coming up anyways. Putting that in. Looking good. All right. Now, here is the first stack over here. Let's go ahead and do it. It is going to be a double shim here. Double shim there. Then a spacer over here. Just taking a look at that spacer on. I think my screwdriver's getting low on juice already. All right, well, it's getting low in juice, but because my hand's already starting to hurt today, I'm going to go all American on this. There we go. 4th of July, we go American over here. All right. And double shim that. All right, and bearing stack. Bearing. Bearing. Double shim. And spacer. And since it's not so far down, I can slide it on by hand. It's all the same. There we go. Now over here, it is double shim. Flange. Flange. Double shim. There we go. One done. Now that. Make sure I don't screw up the orientation. Those are the wrong pieces. See, that is correct there. Nope, that's how it should be. But it's weird that they did that way. Okay, give me a second. Alright, give me a second. It pushed plastic up behind the back of the heat inset, which is what's supposed to be. I just have to get the extra plastic out of the way. There we go. Now, in theory, that should probably get up in there and set itself right. It just doesn't seem right to me, but I'm going to keep going because I'm curious. All right. Now that seems right. And then there is the self-tapping screw. M210 self-tapping screws. It's just me thinking out loud. It just doesn't seem normal, but it's not wrong so far as I can tell. Okay. Now, let's loosen this up because that is a little bit crooked. Okay. Tighten that up because that's tilted. Okay. Yeah, I remember this being a little weird last time for me. All right, one second here. I'm going to catch up and see what everyone is. Give me a second, guys. I'm seeing your stuff here. The piece on your bench is what goes on top, blah, 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 blah. That's assembled incorrectly, wrong piece on top. So I am looking at page 68. And from 68, that is what I'm seeing. So that's page 68, and that is exactly what I'm seeing on 68. So for example, so that's 68. But then I would see that in the drawing. I guess they didn't do it right. Give me a second. Let me see something. Okay, I see. I see. Yeah, you're right. I see what's going on. I see what's going on. They must be using the old drawing because the new part doesn't have, or the old parts didn't have this tab on it. And it's hidden from view. There we go. All right, let me clean out that plastic. There we go. Yeah, okay. Now I understand what's going on there. It's just missing a little bit from the drawing. All right, let's see. It does seem to fit better too. It just seems more right. I think you're right because it seems more right. And as far as tightening stuff down, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tighten this down real quick and then I'll loosen it up and set it. All right, almost there. Now let me loosen these up just slightly. Because these should be able to comfortably fit in that. And that's why that little tab, that's why that tab was there that Keela was talking about. The tab is just not represented in the photo anywhere. That's the problem. That's where I screwed up. Okay, but now it's fixed. Now it is all better. Now this is the other side. I wonder, you know what? I think give me 1 second here. Let me make sure I'm not nuts. Oh, that is fine. And this is the other one. All right. Let's shim some stuff up here. Yeah, I remember this vividly when I did my first one. This was the this was the annoying part. I think I redid this several times because it just wasn't making sense how they were doing it. Which pulleys were on top and which were on the bottom from all the drawings and stuff. I think that's where I screwed up. And it seems like that part didn't necessarily get updated. And probably doesn't need to be. It's just a matter of basic, you know, trial and error, and you'll get it right eventually. All right. Now, spacer on the bottom. shimmies. And then the last two bearings. Yay. A few more shimmers. All right. Okay. Now I'm getting somewhere. All right. Now let's get this a little bit started. Other one. A little bit started. Tighten this down. Still the spinning. All right. There's my self-tappers. Grab one of those. Come on. Second. I think this self-tapper wasn't going in quite right. Place it since I got to put a little torque on it and I don't want to strip it. Stripping a screw that small is just annoying. There we go. Let's get that a little bit tighter. Seal the gap. Looking good. All right. Now in a perfect world, that is supposed to be that way, that's that way. I think that's right. That looks pretty good. That looks about right for me. Oh, look at that. One more extrusion. And there is the ever so... Make sure that these are good. Yep. There's the ever so sexy LDO self-tap screw set. Or screw bar. My last linear rail for this build. Making progress on everything. Check it first. Yep. Let me go get my sintering tool. There we go. Now, ever so loosely. This is way easier than those 3D printed. I remember that last time, those 3D printed nut holders were just annoying. They did nothing but tick me off for hours. I remember that one. All right, they want 25 millimeters. Well, before I go nuts, I'll set that on there. There we go. Double check, make sure I'm still there. Nice and flush. Nice and flush. Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful, people. All right. Wear up that side. Gorgeous, people. All right. I would complain, but there's nothing to complain about. All right. And we got our centerpiece. Yeah, the wow stick isn't exactly a wow. It's kind of meh. In all honesty, it's kind of meh. Just FYI. I bought it because I saw Nero was using it, and I only watched like the first part of his stream, so I guess he was like, "Oh, cool, fun," and then I was on the road after that and wasn't paying attention, so I guess, oh well. So I thought I would try out his little secret funness, and the wow stick is not really that wowy. Better off with an Allen wrench. It seems to be good enough as the things something to start screws. I would never. I don't think it's good to use it to run screws through plastic. All right. All right, and to get the ends on here. This is going to be fun. You know what? I just realized something. I am going to buck the instructions. Yep, that's right. You heard me. I'm just going to buck the instructions and do this a different way. I am not going to preload nuts. I am not going to deal with all that drama. I'm just going to put the nuts on the bolt, slide it into the extrusion, and then tighten it down. The way the extrusion gods meant it to be. I'm a rebel. Hey, Daryl. Welcome, welcome. There we go. Alrighty. Oh, wait, they went M3/8 on that side. Never mind. Getting ambitious there. Alright. Come on. You can do it. Alright. Let's see if I can get all this to line up properly. Let's try and get it all to slide on properly. Let's come on, square up. Did anyone see my printed solid tweet about Tomorrow World? Or Tomorrow War? The new Amazon Chris Pratt movie? There's a scene that's 30 years in the future. And they have the Ultimaker S5 material station, air handler, full printer setup in the background of their futuristic lab with the Ultimaker logo all nice and bright and shiny. And I was watching it, and I was kind of laughing the whole time because, one, you know, hey, free marketing, always fun. But what I was really thinking was kind of entertaining about it is that it felt like every shot that it was in, it was perfectly, like, I felt like the director was a fan of Ultimaker because they were sitting there, and every single time it was in the background, I felt like they put extra lighting on it, and it was, you know, in focused and centered in the shot. I swore at one time while I was watching it, I felt like they put more attention on the printer in the background than they did on the movie villain. I didn't want to give too much plot stuff away on it, but yeah. The movie villain, we'll say. I was chuckling. I found it entertaining. All right, let's see. Can I get this? This is always the hard part. There we go. There it is. That's how you do it. Did you seriously slide off of there after I just said that's how you do it? You butt muncher. Here, okay, it's back on. All right, I need two 12s and 1 8 and 3 squares. And then I can do this last one. Alrighty. Get this 8 in there. Okay, come on. We're getting close. I mean, we're a lot of the way there. As far as all the mechanical is, I feel pretty good. Getting closer and closer. We got Z. We got Y. And we're cranking our way through X here. Not bad for the start. There is something different here. There's something I am missing. Give me a second and I'll figure it out. I've reached the point where I started assuming everything. Ah, that's why. They don't do that second one. Okay. But they still want one in there, right? All right, they want an M316 in there. Trying to figure out why they want it, and I want to get it taken care of beforehand. Because it's going to be a pain in the butt to do later if I don't do it now. So there's a little... There it is. double in 360. I'm not missing anything. Okay. Okay. It's an interesting part, but I think I'm on the right track. Okay. So they have this going into that. It's going to be positioned that way. It's going to go that way. Tighten this down. Makes a lot more sense now. It's like, why is that piece weird? This is the X stop. This is what tells the printer, hey, stop here. Proceed no further. Come on, you can do it. Get in there. Square up. You're a square nut. That's all you should be able to do is square up. You're like me in high school, nothing but square. I was hip. I was cool. I was witted. All right. Now that sucker should slide on there correctly. There we go. Excuse me. There we go. I do believe that that is an x-axis there. All right. Yeah, Dan, this is definitely my red, white, and blue 4th of July weekend build, so it might as well be patriotic, right? My original plan was to do 100% red. I was going to do it all reds, you know, red extrusion, red panels, red 3D printed parts, red everything. But I didn't have any red extrusions in stock. Dope. So I had to pivot, as the business guys say. I had to pivot my industry and my positioning and create a new paradigm. So I could create a new synergy across the industry to create a national brand awareness. All right. That's feeling pretty good. I think I got that part. Okay. Now, they want me to install it, but that's how they want me to install it. I get it. Yeah, you can't go wrong with red, white, and blue. It's definitely a good look. I think once I get the other panels in there, it's going to be pretty impressive. M2 6s. There's my M26s. Let's see, do I have the right tip for that? There we go. It definitely helps get the screws started. It saves me a bunch of twisting in place. Making progress. Nice. Alrighty. Now let's make sure that's all nice and tight. There we go. All right. Now let's I feel like it's all settling in. That feels good. All right, we're getting close. I think we have motion, or at least we have positioning on every axis. That's a lot of progress already. There. That feels good. Make sure everything is free moving. Now let's tighten down some of these screws. Oh yeah, that feels nice. That feels nice. That feels nice and square. All right. Oh, yeah. That is looking good. That's looking sharp, folks. Okay. Let's see what they want me to do next. Oh, look at that. I get to install the last 2 pieces of extrusion, finally. Yay! All right, so they want 2 or 3 on the outside. Three extrusions or 3 nuts on the outside. Looks like 2 on the inside. Fair enough. One, a 2, a 3. And then 2 on the inside, a 1, and a 2. Perfection. Now, how much you want to bet it is M3 10s? All right, I'm going to stand up for this because it's a little bit easier. Nice. So far, so good. Flip this bad boy around. 2 more shorties. Look at that. That's pretty. It's all red, white, and bluish. All right. So far, so good. We're making progress. So besides the fact that, I got a pre-release of the V0.1 kit, why I wanted to build it so quickly is I've got some new machinery that's supposed to arrive. That's supposed to be arriving this week. And it's some big machinery. Huge, monstrous machinery. And as you can imagine, good old David Randolph is going to have to sit there and take care of all that. And unload it and hook it up. And he's going to have so much fun. He won't know what to do. But how's that looking for patriotic red, white, and blue? Team America. All right. I am going to take a short 4 to 6 minutes, I must say, break, and then I'll come back. And next, it is all the belting we have left. So we just have some belting to do. Dude, it's not going to be long until all we got to deal with is electronics on this sucker. We're getting there. So yeah, I'll take a little break. We'll come back and do the belting and keep on going. I still think I got at least another hour and a half in me. So we'll do that tonight, and then tomorrow we can finish off the rest. But I will be right back. Okay, I'm backy. Just chilling and relaxing. I'm having a little drink break here for a second, but so far, coming along. Got an X, Y, and Z. Time for some belting. It's gonna be good times. We're gonna make magic. But now I got at least another hour and a half in me. And then we will probably do the rest or majority of it tomorrow, and then some tuning on Monday if I have to. But way slower than Nero, that's for sure. He's built quite a few. So he's built quite a few. This is only my second Voron so far. Not too bad. Ironically, my first one, I'm eating the donut right now. That's my dinner. But no, I'm really liking how this red, white, and blue is turning out. Very patriotic. Yeah, I do have to put quotes around that, I must admit it. Alrighty. Now we're moving on to the belt. We gotta get the X carriage going. And do a couple heat sets. Then we go get the X carriage. Alrighty. There's my X carriage. I'll move this back a little bit just so I can use the camera for its fun. So, but yes, Dan. When we do get the kits going, or we get the kits in here, people will be able to swap out their hot ends if they want, and put in slice if they want to, as well as swap out panel sets if they want to, and swap out extrusions so that you're not stuck with the same color. Get them taken care of. Oh, I'm an idiot. I left my soldering iron off. So I have to wait a minute for it to warm up. And we're going to do 3 heat insets. Or 3 heat inserts. And I'm going to need my M3 Maker Beam XL nuts. Pull those out while I'm sitting here. And then I'm going to need M3/8s. M3/8. M3/8 just to make sure. Alrighty. I got all my goodies. Soldering iron should be hot enough now. Let's give it a go. Nice. There we go. Looking good. Let's reflush up the surfaces. Actually, that one turned out pretty good. There's no excess on it at all. Only on the back just a little bit. And scrape out the hole, because just in case. All right, 1 second. Yep. Clear out the debris from the back side of the hole. And now we got it all cleaned up. Now, it wants me to thread from here. Looking good. These are the, if I remember correctly, these are just the belt clips. So they'll hold down all the material, or they'll hold down the belts and keep the tension for me. So we will set that all in. So it is ready to receive the belt. And get this other one going here. There we go. We'll leave those nice and loose and ready to go. And now we're ready for the belt. Everybody else ready for the belt? Should we belt it out? All right, let's go ahead and go to the bigger shot, because this is the little too wide. Alrighty. Now the A belt. We're on the front. You know what? I'm gonna move the camera, this other camera, a little out of the way for now. So the A belt. Trying to find a good starting point. You know what? I always feel it's good to start around the motors, because then you know the orientation. So it's going to come around that. going to be easier to get this belt in around. What I'm going to do, I'm going to cheat here. There we go. Little cheaty cheat. Alrighty. Now that is going to go around the back. Around the outside. And that'll go around. Make sure I'm not nuts. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see something here because I always get confused by this. All right. So that's the A side. It goes out and around. That's what's going on. So that is... There we go. That's what I screwed up. There we go. Then that goes to there. And that will hang out there and bolt onto that right there. This will go around. Down, over, and there we go. There we go. I knew I wasn't completely nuts, I just was nuts. I'm not completely nuts, I'm just mostly nuts. Alright, let's get the poking tool. There we go. There it is, okay. Alright, there's the A. There's the A following the A's path. What I'm going to do temporarily just to make sure I'm not crazy. All right. Now I'm ready for the B path. There we go. Now I'll get that belt up. Belt back out. Belt around the motor. Alrighty. Almost. Come on. Why are you giving me such a hard time this time? There we go. There it is. Coming through. All right. And that comes around. Goes to there. Looks good. And then I'll chop it right there. Lots of extra belt. Alrighty. Now I have all my belts. Following their path. And all I got to do is just tighten it all down. But I'll get it all on the path. And then figure that out. But for now, everything is right. Alrighty, so now I got that extrusion. And the way they have the belt that they want it to go is that is going to be mounted there. And then they want the belt to go in and then come out. Okay, fair enough. I see where they're going with that. So this is the top belt. You know what? I don't like the maker beam being there right now. I would feel better if it was off. It would make things easier to thread. So they want that to come from behind and then come out. Fair enough. They want that to come from behind and then come out. Fair enough. That will set. Come on. I know the hole's tight, but come on. There we go. They want that. Go through. Fair enough. I like that. And then they want this to go through. Now we'll create another very tight fit. Get from the top, it's a little bit easier to get it in. Make sure nothing's twisted. I don't know, this belt hole I think could have been a little bit bigger. It's not really holding anything. Makes it a pain in the butt to get stuff in. Come on now. There we go. Now it's coming through. Now it's coming through. Okay. Okay. Now those are all looking good. Let's lay on our maker beams again. Getting close, come on. All right. Tighten down one side. I'll take up the slack with the other side. Easy enough. Get all belts in the right place. That is the one problem with the Voron V0. It is small. And I do mean small. It's not big. Yeah. So everything is tight. So now, let's get our first top screw in. Nice, that fit like a glove. Nice. All right. We are almost done with belting. Now, the one thing I really like about all of the Voron designs is their tensioning system. It is just downright adorable. I love the little knobs that you use to get tension. So what I'm going to do now, come on. Come on. Printed a little tighter than they should have. Not the right tool for the job, but it'll do. All right. Now that lets me push that all the way out. And so it is as tight as it can be all the way as the extremes. The reason why I'm doing that is because now I will set the A and the B belt, make sure they're on the right path. I'm going over every pulley and idler. Just the right spacing. Nice, nice. And now I will tighten them up. They feel about even. But what that'll let me do is now I can tighten down that one last belt clamp. And that will lock everything down. That's feeling pretty good. I like it. I feel pretty good. Oh, really? Did he just send everybody over? I gave Nero such a hard time. Look at this. If this was Twitch, they'd call this a raid. So. Well, hello everyone. I'm not as good as Nero, but I'm having my fun. I'm building my 4th of July Voron. So it's coming along. I just finished up the belts. But what I want to do is actually I want to loosen them just a little bit. I know, crazy. Because I have the motors all the way at their loosest setting, and I want some room for adjustment just in case down the road. I know, crazy talk. He's a madman. But, nope, I'm having my fun. There we go. I think I got one tick out of it, which is all I really wanted. Get one tick off the other side just to say I did. Before I worry too much about the belts. That looks good. All right. I like it. I can live with it. And just for aesthetics, let me trim this just a little bit back. I'll trim it more flush later. This will give me room just in case I've noticed any problems. So yeah, this will have my true red, white, and blue theme. So blue extrusion, red 3D printed part, white panels. Can't go wrong. I was telling everyone earlier that I was going to do the all red build. And literally do everything in red. Red extrusion, red panels, red prints, red everything. And I'm out of red extrusions. So, oh well, I had to go with blue. And I said, okay, well, you might as well be patriotic about it. And that is how it goes. But that is the fun. Kit, you were missing it because I'm not Nero. I'm not exactly camera fun. This is my own personal fun. I have this horrible thing that I run a business all day long about 3D printing, which generally means that I can't ever enjoy 3D printing. And Jason sent me a present of a pre-release VO kit that I can't sell. And so I decided that I'm going to take some time to myself and build it. And the question is, how could I possibly justify spending all that time when I could be doing accounting? So I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to call this marketing, and streamed it. It's a wonderful lie I get to tell myself. But that way I get to have some fun. That way I get to have some fun and play with some stuff. Alright, they want me to make a bed now. Which seems pretty darn simple. Let's see. Where is the magical math that I gotta worry about? Not much. I need some M340s, lock nuts. No, that's pretty basic. So, here is the sexy build plate. And, see, I even have an overhead cam. I'm fancy. Can't beat them, beat them. Throw it. So, now I get to have my fun and unwrap it and check everything out. Play with it, start to finish. Now, I've already built a VO, the original VO, but I built that, I think, a little over a year ago. And that was the last printer I built. That's how long it's been for me. So I am overdue for building another printer. And so that is why I am here today, and probably tomorrow, and more than likely Monday. Is just because sometimes you just have to have fun. All right, M340s. Look at that. I want to have some M340s here. Get me 3 of those bad boys. And then knurled nuts. I just love the word knurled. Doesn't that just sound fun? Teams meeting. See, I have to do that. My problem is I can't really lie to myself. That's my problem. I lie to myself when I go, sure, I should get the large frost DQ Blizzard every night of the week for 6 weeks straight. I deserve it. That's about the best I can do. All right, let's see. How do they want this to go? The one fun thing that I like to do is I really like to try to follow the manufacturer's directions on a fresh build, and then if I really have the time or just the money or something like that, I usually will build the second thing. I usually will build it again and do the build it my way thing. Um, Mainly because I really want to know what the manufacturer was thinking when they did certain things. I want them to be able to go, oh, you know what? I did it this way because of this or because of that. And I get it. Let me turn the camera a little bit further. I try to build it their way. I did it their way. I generally find that that's a good way to understand what they meant and what their intentions were. And I like to do that with everybody's kit because, in all honesty, everybody has a reason for stuff. And who am I to sit there and judge them without even trying it first? But generally, after I do it once, then I have really strong opinions about everything. Now, I'm just doing this because there is lock nuts that they want you to thread all the way down, and frankly, I'm not going to sit here with a little Allen wrench for an hour and a half twisting these. I'm lazy. So I'll get it most of the way down, and then I'll do the last, quarter of an inch. All right, come on. There we go. Come on. You can make it. There we go. Now I'll go the rest of the way with a little Allen wrench. See, that just saved me a ton of time. Sure, some of you might call it overkill. Me, I call it practical. Practical. There you go. I just invented a new word. Practical. Boom shaka. Hey, Filament Frenzy. No, it's not ready yet. I still got a ways to go. All right. Now I got the heater to set down. And because I'm not an animal, there we go. Look how pretty. So pretty. Fire, burn. I mean, yeah, this is good stuff. Alrighty. I wonder what they want me to do about that, the fuse. How do they want me to do that? But M38 is all they want. Okay. That's pretty simple and basic. I won't argue with that. That's pretty nice. Now make sure I'm not stupid. Well, I am, but in this case. Okay, no, this is fine, this is fine. That'll do just fine. Alright. Let's see what anyone wants to stop me. A little bit of isopropyl. Clean that off. Don't mind the screw sound, scraping around. I'll set the plates back here. Which, by the way, I'm going to say this, and I'll say this again. This is the first, and I'm trying, and please correct me and go ahead and say them if you heard of it. This is the first kit that I've ever seen out there that has both plates, or two different plates included at the same time. So they actually include, a textured plate, double-sided texture, and then a single-sided smooth PEI as well. I can't think of another kit printer out there that is doing that. Please correct me if I'm wrong. So, but I'm hard pressed to think of another kit out there. You know what? I am going to leave that spring for last. Because I can do that here. And then Raymond came back. He's here to keep an eye on me to make sure I don't say anything bad or negative. He's the all-seeing, all-powerful. Why is that not going through as easily as it should? Oh, I'll tell you why. It's because these holes in the 3D prints are smaller than I think they should be. They make it for a really tight fit. Yep, that's exactly what it is. So, yep, I'm gonna cheat. You're all gonna hate me. I'm gonna cheat. I'm cheating. I'm breaking out the drill. I'm doing it. I did it. You can hate me now. Yep, I did it. It's all over. I cheated. All right, come on. Come on, you can do it. Just gotta hit all the holes at once. And I did make it really tight still. Come on. You can do it, David. There we go. There we go. Now it's still tight. There we go. That is nice. That's right. You heard me. I cheated. I made a hole a different size than what they said. That means and then what they intended or printed it as. That means I cheated. They might have to revoke my Voron card. Oh no! Look at all these paths now. There's so many paths. Like that room from Step Brothers. There's so much room for activities. There's so much room for cable management. All right. Now we get those cables up. Start getting it to follow the path it's supposed to follow. It's so pretty. All right. Since I'm here, I'm just going to do the cable chain. Well, no. I am not. Well, no, I'm going to hold off because I don't know when they want me to do the limit switch or how they wanted me to handle that. Thought the limit switch was frame mounted, but I'll verify that soon. So Kit, This was all printed on an Ultimaker S5 and S3. These were all printed on Ultimaker S5, S3 using Ultimaker filament, Ultimaker ABS. They're a pure ABS blend, nothing fancy going on there. And the holes were dimensional. It's just that I print with brims, so that generally if it's on the build plate, it tends to always be a little bit tight. But yeah, these holes were on a build plate, so that might have been it. So when you have holes that are on a build plate, that just always tends to be a little tight, which is such as life. But everything else has been rock solid, so it's good. That's nice. I like that. All right, let's fly by and see what they're doing. Okay, they do want me to do a cable chain next. That's good. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn it on its side. And there should be a bunch of zip ties somewhere. Put it in this kit. I get to spread everything out. There's the zip ties. All right, now drive this up. Push that down a little bit just to give me room to work. Let's see if this is still good. Nice. The zip tie holes work real nice. Very well designed. I don't remember this on the VO kit. Was it there? Or the VO parts? I don't remember it. But this little cable zip tie channel that's in the bottom is pretty darn nice. I'm not gonna lie. That's a nice little design feature of someone thinking. That's someone thinking about a problem, going, hey, you know what? I'm going to solve that problem before it's a problem solver. We're starting the fireworks early. Alrighty. Now, oh, I'm a moron. I put the thermistor connectors on before I put it through the cable chain. And these aren't split loom cable chains. I'm an idiot. There we go. All right, next I'm going to thin that out. And before I run this through, I'm going to tape the ends up into a nice, neat little bundle. So we'll go through the cable chain with these. Not too much extra here. Let's chop that off. There we go. So, since you're all still sitting there, I will tell you the story of the Dave Randolph Combat Robotics guy. So, you might remember a show, BattleBots. Well, there was also a series of, other competitions that weren't BattleBots. And since I lived in San Francisco, that was kind of the place for it. That's where all us crazy builders and hackers and makers and DIYers were. So, I built a couple of robots over the years. Operated a few, fun stuff like that. My favorite one was called Super Fluffy Bunny, or Super Fluffy Pink Bunny from the land of candy and rainbows. Now, there were multiple reasons why I called it that. One, I thought that, a best way to intimidate the enemy was to confuse them. And who's going to be afraid of a super fluffy pink bunny from the land of candy and rainbows? Nobody. So, that was strategy one. The next thing is that the naming convention was very important to me. The reason why the naming convention was important to me was that my friend who was running the show was an old-timey guy, and he refused to let me automate his systems in any way. Now, when I say automated systems, I meant the scorecards. So you can imagine during these competitions, this guy is sitting here with an Excel form, copying and pasting and typing out the names of the winners and losers from each bracket. And he has to move them all around manually. Now, one of the rules of the league is that you have to type in the full name of the robot. They didn't like it, when people abbreviate the robots or make fun of the names or anything like that, so they had a rule that you had to type in the full name. So, I knew the size of the cells. I knew the size of the Excel cells that they had there. And I knew he couldn't abbreviate it. So, what I did is I said, okay, I'm going to make up the longest name humanly possible because there's no rule against it. And I was going to totally screw with him. And that's exactly what I did. And so I needed the longest name humanly possible. And Super Fluffy Pink Bunny from the land of candy and rainbows just seemed to be the answer. Now, I took it a step further. I spent almost no time on the weapon. I decided to go with just a wedge design. I decided to go with just a wedge design for the bot. Which means you just literally put a ramp on it and you just work off the principle that you're going to be driving it and then throwing people up just by driving underneath them. Very simple concept for a robot. So I spent most of my time searching down the paints. So it had pink sparkly paint. And then I made this overly elaborate, super heavy duty cockpit. For the front of it, bulletproof glass, the whole 9 yards, with a little stuffed bunny in the front as the driver. Pink lights, you had a little pirate's eye badge, the whole 9 yards. And then I also had comic books. I had a friend of mine, she loved making little drawings and comic books. We did up a full comic book and backstory for the bunny. and about how he was a sweet innocent bunny until his whole family got turned into a bunch of cyber robot zombies, and he had to murder them and take them down, and all this. It was really dark and fun. So, and they would have that, and so then the entire pit crew, we'd all wear our bunny ears the whole time. Very fun, very entertaining. And then we give out candy and comic books to all the kids. Yes, we were giving out dark comics to the kids. It's kind of fun. We warned the parents. But it was still very entertaining. Good times. I won a few fights. I lost a lot more than I won. I will have to admit it on that one. But I have to admit it, that sport. Yes, that I was the bunny in the midair, Philip at Frenzy. That is the one. So, oh, sorry, Raymond. Yep, I was removing links and figuring out the proper length for it. I just saw your message. So now, yeah, it clears the bottom. It's got plenty of room there. Plenty of room to go up and down. So that is the bunny you saw in the tweet. All right. They want the in-stopped and rear panels. Yeah, I know about all the X-stops. I want to get my rear panel in. All right, they want me to do the rear panel next. That's really going to start making this thing look like it's supposed to look. All right, 1 second here. Let's get the stoppers on. There we go. There's the 3 nuts. Now that is supposed to go in. And the little tick is supposed to be at the top left. Okay. Don't want that to drop down. And that's where that's supposed to go. More of those annoying T-nuts I gotta deal with. All right. I'll guess at that one. Nice, okay. Slide off this side. All right, I think I got it. I think I got it. So M3 sixes. There we go. There we go. We're making progress here, baby. I got all the screws on the back too this time. Not too bad. All right, come on. Next, this is the back panel. And I'm going to go back a step and get the limit switch wiring, because I spend a few pages in the book going over how to make the limit switches. But in the Voron kit here, from LDO, all that stuff's already made. Done. Boom shaka. But how pretty is that? Come on, people. Doesn't that just scream fireworks? Abso-freaking-lutely, Chris. Bring it on. You build it, I'll drive it. How's that sound? Alrighty, now we gotta go through all this junk with the switches. Okay. I need the Z limit switch. It's over here, I know it is. There she blows. There's X. Look at that. They even label this stuff. It's just not fair. It's too good. Alright, so they want that switch out. That's what they want. Now, that's going to go like that. They want that out. That is how it should go. Looks good to me. And that's a little hole. Now let a wrench go down the hole. Nice. All right. Making progress. This is one of those slow builds. This is supposed to be one of those builds that you enjoy the journey, not the destination. Okay. Now, where do they mount the Z switch at again? It was over on that side, which makes sense. And then they probably want what, and 310s and then some square nuts and then drop it in there. Yes, 3/8. All right. Now I'm doing the screws for the Z limit switch. Drop that in this bad boy. Now we're installing all the limit switches on everything. There's starting to be more and more wires hanging off the back of this thing. You know what, guys? This might actually turn into a printer at some point. This might actually be able to, like, make stuff. I know, crazy, right? Crazy kooky times. Alright, I hate 3/8. I'm just going to give up on 3/8 altogether. They suck. There we go. Let me turn this to the side. Alrighty. I did the Z because the Z seems to be the hardest one. It always was annoying to me. It was always the one that just ticked me off every time I had to deal with it on that V0. There we go. Now get that through the hole. Now tighten that down. Alright, I'm going to turn this up real quick. Make sure it hits the limit switch. Is that too high? Yeah, that is too high. I need to bring that down a wee bit. All right, I think I'm gonna put it right there. That'll be pretty good until I get to the rest of it. Adjust that later. But for now, perfect. There. Now, why limit switch? I don't know why not. Thank you, thank you. My humor is all here. All right. Now let's do. I'll do it this way just so you don't have to stare at my ass for 5 minutes while I do this. Pretty sure YouTube demonetized me for my butt in the camera the whole time. All right. And there goes the Y limit switch. It is kind of fun. I mean, I'll be honest with you, this build, the real reason why this build is fun is seeing how they figured out how to fit so much in a small space. I mean, it's everything is tight and nothing wastes a millimeter anywhere. That's what makes it kind of a fun build, in my opinion. Very smart. All right. Now they got the X. Let me make sure I got the X going the right way. X is the flat towards the center. Okay, just making sure. All right. Looking good, making money. Actually, right now I'm pretty sure I'm losing money. If you think about it. But I'm gonna call this marketing. That's what it is. It's marketing. Marketing, 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 marketing. So switch is up. Switch is toggled over. Alrighty. How's that looking for everybody? Yeah, I would agree. Oh, look at all the fun people that I'm missing that comes in here. But yeah, I would agree. I think I could probably finish this off tomorrow at this rate. You know, I think I could finish this off tomorrow at this rate, which isn't bad. And I even have a little more energy in me. I might do another 30, 45 minutes here just because I can, and maybe get the tool head close to finished, if not finished. That way I have most of my screwing around stuff done. And then it's just all electronics. Because that's when it gets fun and simple. But I am going to take a bathroom break here. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to start working on the tool head. So, well, the chain, even at the full top, never even gets above the blue bar. So I think it'll be fine. But worst case, I can still pull out another link. I've already pulled out 1, 2, 3. I've pulled out 3 links so far. So, cool. All right, I'm going to do a bathroom break. And then I will be right back. And then, yeah, I'm going to look at the tool heading and try and get started there. All right, I'm back. Yay, fun times. All right. I think now I'm working on a tool head, which means that I can kind of push that into the back corner for pretty. And look at instruction and see where we're at. Alrighty, and turn on my heat set again. There's that lever. And let's see, where's the other lever? Come on. The lever. I got so many parts over here. Oh, it's spinning lever. Let's see. Didn't get lost in any of this stuff, did it? Stuck in here. All right, there's that part. I'm looking for the little... Throwing away pieces that I don't need. There it is. There it is. See? That's all you gotta do. Throw away a few pieces, and then you eventually find the one you need. Wait, if he built it in Canada, people, I mean, it would just be red and white, right? And Canada Day was a few days ago, so it's too late now. He's got to wait another year now. All right. I'm going to say it before and I'll say it again. I love this little heat set tool. In the business world, we call that value add. God, even I feel dirty when I say stuff like that. Ugh. Ugh. Just want to build stuff, people. I don't want to have to worry about marketing and projections and analytics and shipping logistics and all that other stuff. Just want to build stuff. That's all. Somebody needs to buy my business just so I can spend all my time building stuff and manufacturing stuff. I'll work for them. There we go. All right. Those heat sets look beautiful. Now I gotta get all the BMG stuff out of here. Setting that stuff to the side, just so I have it all. There we go. So never let the machines win. Did you already order from me after I opened up for Canada? I missed so many orders from day to day. Okay. There is that. One of these is the idler. And that is the gear. So that is the idler. There we go. Now, I'm going to need that little geary thing, aren't I? Little holster. Over here somewhere. There she goes. And there is that holster. Nice. That fit in there just nice and pretty. Nice. Well, of course you did. You had to order the orange. Nice, yeah. See, I have so many fans up there in Canada that I felt like I had to. You guys made me feel guilty about it. But fine, you won. I went through all the paperwork and all that other junk. Just so you guys can have that Jesse filament up there in Canada. I swear. Now, of course, the problem is that now every other country out there is like, well, when are we going to be next? And I sit there and I go, you do realize I have to sit there and study every law in your damn country for months on end to make sure I do everything right. And that all the taxes are correct, and that all the forms are done. And then what do I do, how do I make sure I don't get defrauded and arrested and fined and have mad customers? And then I spend months, and I mean months, negotiating out with shipping companies rates. And my God, let me just tell you, when it comes to that type of stuff, you think going to shop for a car is bad. Try negotiating rates with shipping companies, where you have to sit there and and take each box size and each box weight and say, you know what? I ship 16 boxes a day that are 9 by 9 by 9 that are 6.5 pounds to Seattle, Washington. You should give me a special rate for that. And they go, all right, and then they negotiate with you. And here's what it ultimately took for me to get the rates the way I wanted. I got a system in that picks the cheapest carrier. It automatically it gets the cheapest carrier and automatically plugs in the rates and all that stuff from all the individual companies. And what I did is I sit there and I invite them out. I invite them to my building and I say, hey, here's my shipping for today. Here's your stack. Here's the other guy's stack. You want to be the bigger stack, you better give me better rates. Oh, tell me about it, Kilo Quibbit. Oh, even in the States, it's annoying now. I miss that. I miss all that stuff. That's just annoying. And you can't mess with that. Let's see. There we go. Nice tight fit. You know, the worst part about the tax rates is the way they handle it and stuff is that unless I go and register with each individual state as a tax collector, then I'm not allowed to collect the tax either. So, yay. What that does, that makes it very annoying. All right. I'm getting the pieces together. I'm getting closer and closer. Tool head is coming along. Get all the little scrappy scraps out of there. There we go. Little piece of PTFE tubing. They want to use to guide down. There we go. So they went 7 millimeters before I cut that. There. It wasn't perfectly square, so let me square it up. There, good enough. Now, they say our love won't pay the rent. So next week, if all goes according to plan, there is going to be a lot of cool stuff showing up here all at the same time. So it is going to be a bloody nightmare around this building. I mean, I have large shipments like semi trucks and containers from China that are all supposed to arrive. And I am willing to bet that they all arrive on the same day next week. And all my guys are going to hate me. Because you can imagine that that is just going to be a bloody, bloody nightmare. All right. So just to make sure I size this right, you're sure that that bearing is the go mark. Okay. Now that is the piece there. Seriously? You're going to do that to me? I go through all that work, thinking I had it all under control, and the gear doesn't slide through in this configuration, which is fine. That's perfectly acceptable. That is a perfectly reasonable system. There we go. Now that seems to be the way they want it to work. I'm just curious. Okay, that's what they're doing there. Okay, that's what they're doing there. I just want to make sure I wasn't nuts. Well, I am, but I just wanted to make sure I wasn't incorrect in this case. And because of this situation here, yeah, that'll be fine. That's how it's supposed to ride. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. All right, now I need fans and all that junk. All right. So it's voting time. It didn't come out as good as I wanted. I had some scarring. Actually, you know what? So I don't have to move the camera too much. It had some scarring. But there it is with a little, you know, Voron in it, but it's scarred. And then there's the plain one. I'm thinking that I kind of have to do the plain one, even though the Voron logo is on it. But you guys let me know. Tell me in the chat. I think that's the way I need to go with it. All right. That's what I was thinking, is that I might make another logo down the road. You think a build plate would clear that white scar? You know, I have never tested that theory. Okay. You have sparked my curiosity. Stand by. because you have sparked my curiosity. You might make the stream last a little long. I've never tried it. I was thinking about just doing an acetone wipe down on it, but then time got away from me and everything else happened. But you think 100C build plate will take away scarring, huh? All right, we'll give that a shot. Give me a minute here. I'm going to let the bed warm up. And we will give you a test. We're going to put you on the spot. I'm always willing to try something weird or different. All right, that's good and clean and smooth. We'll let that bed get up to temperature. And we are going to see if setting it on the bed for 5 minutes fixes the white scarring. See, now you're backtracking. You're like, now it needs to be 105. No, this is true, pure ABS. This is true, pure ABS. Oh, Kit. Yeah, you're pumped up Jesse ABS. I got a few other materials ahead of that, but yes, ABS will be coming. We'll give that a shot real quick. And then we will move on. I was going to say, the lower fan seems like it should be facing out, would be the logical choice. All right, now we're just waiting. worst case, it'll go into this one, and we'll be just fine. And for all practical accounts and purposes, okay. I see where they're going with that. That's pretty fun. That looks like that'll be fun and entertaining. We'll slide into there. Actually, I think I have to push that bearing into there is where it really wants to be. We're just waiting. We're putting Kilo in the hot seat. He's got a theory. I'm not going to push that in yet, but I see where it's got to go. And we'll see what he's doing. Oh, you're at a lake house. Hey, Joel. Just next to it. It's not on the lake, it's just next to it. So, yeah, we are waiting because we are going to test out a theory by, what is it? Kilo Qubit, who claims that if I put a ABS print onto a heated bed, that it will get rid of the white scarring that sometimes happen that you see on the print surface. So like that white scarring that's on there, he claims that that'll go away if you leave it on there. So we are testing that theory out. And I am not going to lie, I'm starting to think he's not wrong. It seems to be relieving the stress just fine. That's interesting. I'm impressed by it. See, Joel, I'm even fancy. I got stuff here. I can do this. And of course, you know, since nobody's around, I can give myself applause. And then I got my overhead shot. And then my wide shot. And then my fancy one that you don't see a lot of other people doing. I got my microscope shot here so I can see the teeth on the Bondtech. Yeah, I'm fancy. And of course, the laptop. I even have yeah, I had to bump it up a notch. You know, I'm going to say it now. Damn it. He was right. Look at that. It got rid of all that scarring. How about that? It got rid of the scarring just like that. I even did it on the other piece, which had some scarring on it, and that disappeared real quick. That is a new tip that I did not know. And now I know. I'm going to set this down and let it smooth over and cool down a little bit before I get all crazy. But now you know. And you got scarring on your ABS? Put it on a 105-degree bed and let it warm back up a little bit. And there's a new tip for you. And how much you want to bet that we're going to see that in a 3D printing nerd quick clip segment in a couple of weeks. Come on now. Gonna happen. Just accept it. All right. Now I'm getting my fans in. Gotta get my fan on. Alrighty. Let's see what we got here. Trying to get this in right. Alrighty, so that should able to slide in. That is oriented in that direction. Now let's push that fan in. Come on now, you can do it. There we go. There's the fans. Here, you know what? Let's slide that back here. I'm gonna go for a semi-wide, not so wide. Let's go up a little bit. There we go. A little bit closer, that way you can kind of see a little bit better. Alrighty, now get that next fan in. I'm impressed that these fans all literally just are snap fit fans. That is kind of impressive. Okay, that's not bad. And the fan links are still about the same. So yeah, we're in good shape there. All right, now it wants me to go knock out the hot end. Now, I am going to say it. And I expect a lot of, boos and whoos and hollers. I'm a slice fanboy. I know, I'm a horrible person. I like slice. I admit it. I like slice. I admit it. I admit it. I admit it. Such is life. So, I am not going to lie when I say I feel a little bit dirty not using a slice hot end. All right, let's see what's in their goodie bag here. All right, all their goodies. Paste. Now they want me to use M2.5 by 6. There we go. And they want me to use 2 of those, right? Yep, just 2. All right, now they want the nozzle in there and then the heater in towards the back. Okay. It seems like I should be putting the heater in before I do this. That just seems more logical, but it's not in the instructions that way. I'm going to do it anyway. Seems like it should have been in the instructions that way. Let's see if it's on the next page. How many pages down before they talk about the heater? I don't think they ever talk about the heater. Oh, wait, let me go back up and see if it's just in fine print with no pretty pictures. Oh, there it is. Yeah, we do not show it, but go ahead and install it. That is fine. That's just a way of instructions, but it is understandable for people to miss it. Alrighty. Get that heater in. Get that thermistor in. That's what I thought. I mean, that's why it's sometimes good to know what you're doing, because then you can be like, hey, wait a minute. That doesn't sound right. And then realize, oh, I completely missed that part of the instruction sheet. Alrighty. You know what's funny? They would have been better off, or better served, If they left the hot end sideways just so the wiring was easier on the heater and thermistor. So let's have some fun here. Did I hit the hole? No, I didn't. Come on. Rabbit, go down the hole. There it goes. Okay, now it's caught. There we go. Come on. Upside down. All right. Yeah, let's get that in the hole. There we go. So far looking good. Now it is ready for me to push that bearing in there. I knew that was coming. I always hate that. Not the good way to handle bearings. You gotta be careful and there we go. M335s. 3 of those bad boys. We're getting close. I mean, tool head's coming together pretty fast. Making progress. I shouldn't even put that all the way through because I think I see the mating surface it's supposed to hit up. All right. Oh, wow. No, that one's definitely got to go all the way up. There's a whole channel on the backside. All right, getting close. Okay. It's coming together. Now it wants the idler to go there. So here is my idler. And it wants it to go on that one, correct? That would make sense. I am going to make a little more room in those holes. I wanted a little more movement on that. Much better. But now I want to drive this screw all the way in, because now I see that it's just an axis, not a bolt down. So it needs to go all the way through. All right. There's my idle arm. Now this arm sits in there like that. Now this assembly, there's that PTFE tubing you were talking about. All right, so that's going to sit like that, but that screw I need to back out. There we go. So now that I'm not fond of that method. There's not much you could do in that case, is there? It's very tight getting the PTFE tube into the hot end. While you're trying to settle everything else into place. Wow. Yeah, this is tight. So that screw is 100% out. And let's just see if I push that down a little bit. There it goes. And okay, yeah, that PTFE tube sat in finally. That's sliding properly. Let's see what's going on here. There it goes. Okay. That gear is spinning correctly. Okay. This is tight. This is a tight hot end. That's spinning pretty good considering it doesn't have the back on yet. All right, now it's time for the back. All right, give me a second. I want to clear out the little extra plastic. The heat inset, when you put it in, puts a little bit of plastic behind it. And a lot of these, it seems like a lot of these heat insets are doing, they thread them from the back. Which is atypical. Not a way you should do it normally, but hey. That is just the way of the world sometimes. All right. Now we will slowly assemble this, 3D printed. You know what, with the way the other ones are moving, this one's going to be best. That quite a bit of room. All right, now slowly but surely crank them all down. All right, let's see. All right, keep on going. It's always best to go slow when you're not 100% sure. That's my mantra in life. Go slow, go easy. I feel pretty good about that. I think after a few turns that'll loosen up a little bit. Let me just make sure I'm not nuts. Yeah, a few turns that'll loosen up. Okay. And then nose hold together at the top. That holds that. That's got their quick release. That's coming together. All right, now I need that big ass screw and M330s. And then that should do that, right? Yeah, so M330s. And then the other big lever. That was over here. Where's that lever? There's the lever. All right, there's my lever. M330s, I need 2 of those bad boys. All right. Oh, wait. Classic Voron quick release. Gotta get it in right. There we go. Now I caught the back. What did I do wrong there? I thought I had that latch right. Let's make sure I'm not nuts. Well, we all know I'm nuts. I'm just saying make sure I'm not crazy about this. And so that would sit there. Yeah, and then that would be comfortable enough to spring. I'm not too crazy. That's just going to sit in that groove very easily. Da, 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 da. Just make sure I'm not crazy here. All right, let's not miss the hole again. There we go. There it goes. Now I caught it. So that is supposed to. There you go. It was just me being afraid to do it. All right. Then this one goes across. And that's the ledge that it catches on. Crank, 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 crank. All right, missed the hole again, as is normal the case in this case. All right. There it goes. Now it's going through. Now it's flush, and that snaps down and holds that in place. Pop that back up, and then the thumb screw. Come on, you can catch it. Ah, okay. Just needs a little more pressure. The spring's a little bit tight. Wow. Yeah, that spring is tight. Loosen it up too much, you're going to be too tight. There. All right. That's good. We're in good shape. And then I put the back on. Really? They want me to take the back off again and put that on? Those jerks. That's just mean, people. That's just mean. You want me to take all that apart again? That's just cruel. They want me to take this little plate back here off again. I think Kilo mentioned that earlier, but I was like, oh, I'll see when I get there. And they suck. That's just mean, people. Why would you do that to me? You're like, yeah, you're done. Now, disassemble it. Now, all that hard work. Disassemble. No disassemble. No disassemble. No disassemble. All right. A little bit more. All right, all the screws are disengaged. So I thought. Let's just make sure. That's just cruel to make me take that all back apart. I'm so proud that I got that far. And then there we go. Guess what, sucker? Do it again. What? No. You jerks. All right. Now that M210 self-tapping it goes all the way up there on this. And it goes in there and there. Okay, M210 self-tapping. M210 self-tapping up is these little suckers. There we go. One more. A few more in there. That was just mean, guys. Put it together. Take it apart. Put it together. Take it apart. No! Why? Dear God, why? All right. All right. Yeah, I really wanted to get to at least the tool head mounted tonight. That was my real goal. That's how far I really wanted to get. And you know, I'll just keep pushing through and maybe I can get it to that point. Although I don't see any hiccups. It's just possible. All right, there's the bearing. Never lose that bearing. Okay. So close. All right. That is mounted. Now it's time to do this mess. Which is let that stuff hang down low for now. Now that is going to go there. And that means it is time to trim the belts for the final trim. I'll set this down here. It's the final belt trim. Do-do-do-do-do. There we go. Belt trim. Now it's all flushy flush. Now all those wires And they say you're supposed to be able to come up here, which seems fair. Don't forget my bearing. I almost forgot the damn bearing. And that would have been embarrassing. Yep, I said it. I went for the really bad dad joke. Let's see. All right. And that settled in just fine. There's all that little wiring rig, so that's okay there. That's not setting right. I'm gonna sit down for this because this is getting fun. Okay. For some reason, it missed that hole. Let's try and see why. All right. No wires are in the way. Correct. Oh, wait, they are in the way. That's part of the problem. They don't give me any room there. There it goes. There she blows. Now that should tighten just fine. Oh yeah, that's rare. That feels good. That's where it should be. There we go. Okay. So far, so good. We're getting close. We're getting close. I'm having fun. Every once in a while, you just have to stop and have fun. All right, stand by. Reset this. Whoops. Where did it go? That it right there. Go. There. Come over here. I don't know, man. This thing has about as many screws as a Prusa on its hot end. I know. I said it. I'm in danger now. Somebody's gonna come and kill me. Well, look at that. The last motor to mount. Woohoo! That should definitely be freed up just a little. Yeah. Nice. That feels good. That feels like how it's supposed to feel. There we go. That is spinning like it's supposed to spin. Feeling pretty good here, guys. Arguably, I'm having a hard time complaining, which is rare for me. Because I like to complain. Makes me feel good. One second. All right. Now let's see. We'll get this motor mounted, and then that is going to be where I call it the day. So I want some M3/8s. Easy enough. Okay, okay, I see what they're doing. So they want M3/8s. Go through here. Okay, okay. No, this will work. This is easy. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. Let me see something. No, that is correct. looks good. All right. That's kind of a weird standoffish angle, but I see why they're doing it. All right. And that is the motor. I'm going to bring that up a little bit, just so you guys can see a little bit better. That's the motor. All right. And then I need some M38s. You know, the only complaint I'm seeing right now that I can complain about, because that's what we're supposed to do, is you'll notice, whoops, there's the motor. There is the motor. You have to mount it this way because there's no little notch here for the cable. So if I was going to be that guy, I'd put a notch down there just so I could turn the LDO logo right side up. So you talk about third stream and all that stuff. I've already done factory tours all over the place. I did one with Fun King and did a full tour with him on a Sunday. I have done a couple with Wakaki. He's done some with me. And then I've done where people come by all the time. Those are always fun. All right. All right. And there is the back. And that is the motor mount. And that is the extruder. And all these wires are supposed to be able to come up here and zip tie along, come over and go back down. But for now, I'm going to grab a zip tie. Just to hold them all in place. That way they're just kind of out of my way. And let's do this. There we go. I'm gonna do a little wire management. They've got some places to tie stuff off here. I just have to do it. Let's see, let's pull that off real quick. Yep. I just got to tie that all down into the channels that they give me. I do see one small problem I want to fix before I think about it, or before I forget about it. The Y switch isn't tripping. It's all the way back position. And I think that's just because it's slipped forward a little bit. There we go. That should do it. There we go. Looking good. All right. We'll answer some questions here, but then we're not thinking about time to call it a day. Let's see. Let's see. Since you're really good at streaming, thank you. I like to think I'm not, but it's good stuff. I am trying to work on some Jesse ABS. I will admit it. I am trying to work on it. It's going to take some time. I have a bunch of other things that I have to get done first, but it is on my roadmap. The nice thing about my roadmap is that there's only a few hurdles that make things go really slow, and then a lot of things will start happening really fast. But there we go. All right, guys. So I'm going to call it an evening. I think I did pretty good. 10 hours today. I didn't get to electronics, but I did get pretty much all the mechanical done. And I feel pretty good about that. And I also got the hot end done. So I feel like I'm in a good spot. So, all right. Well, guys, I'm going to let you be. Thank you for hanging out. I'm going to do the rest tomorrow. Keep me company. Keep me entertained. Keep up with me. And have a good night. Oops, not that one. Not that one. Oh no, there you go. I swore that was supposed to go to, supposed to go to, why did it go to that one? Oh well, same difference. There were issues. Alright, have fun, kiddies.